The morning of the NFL season opener, we got Eagles and Cowboys a little bit later on tonight, just after 8 o'clock, which we will have right here on WGR. The game's being televised on NBC. Eagles a big favorite going into tonight. The Bills had their first practice of the week yesterday, getting ready for the Baltimore Ravens on their first injury report of the season. Couple of players that were limited, and Tre'Davious White was a non-participant, so they did not have White, who is listed as having a groin injury. Also limited at the same position, cornerback Christian Benford. Good news, though, that he was back on the field at all. Limited with a groin injury as well. Same injury, same designation for Keon Coleman. And then Tyler Bass was limited with a left hip/groin injury as well. Good news on Khalil Shakir. He was a full participant. He had been battling that ankle injury. Bills and Ravens coming up on Sunday. The Barnes Firm injury report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. On the Ravens injury report yesterday, Jair Alexander returned to the field for the first time in over a month as a limited participant with a knee injury. Tight end Isaiah Likely and fullback Pat Ricard were not out there for the Ravens. Elsewhere around the NFL, Matthew Stafford not listed on his team's injury report going into week one. He's been battling a back injury for much of the offseason. Texans starting receiver Christian Kirk, a non-participant, looks very questionable whether he'll play coming up on Sunday. Travis Hunter also been dealing with an injury in Jacksonville. He's good to go, not listed on their first injury report of the week. U.S. Open tennis, Jannik Sinner advances to the semifinals with a win yesterday. And the women's side, this morning, Jessie Pegula versus Arnia Sabalenka will be later on at 7 p.m. Naomi Osaka will play in the other semifinal just after that at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Joe? What's up, guys? Josh, Owen, happy football season.
How we doing?
Good.
Football season.
Good. I am broadcasting from home today for the first time in a while. Long time, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, a couple times here and there during the offseason, but not much. Yeah.
And this capability. There, it's funny, like the number of times post-COVID that people will ask me, are you going in these days? I'm like, yeah. Yes, definitely going in. Have been since whatever we were all split for whatever, like a year when Howard was still here. But yes, going in all the time, seeing your beautiful faces, collecting $5 every couple days. You know how it goes.
Yeah, is that a tee up for people to tell you that they don't go back into the office? Typically, is that is that what that ends up being?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Maybe that's a good question. I never thought about it that way.
Because a lot of people ended up never really going back in.
Yeah, some fields. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, happy football season. You know what I woke up thinking? Will the Bills play in this game next year?
Hope so, and I hope it's for. I hope they're the home team, of course, more than anything.
Well, that's what I was going to actually have a little fun with.
Yeah.
Would you bet them to play in this game? Their away opponents next year.
Okay.
All right. So either the Bills win the Super Bowl, or it is someone in the division. We don't think so. Denver.
No. Probably
Green
not.
Bay.
Maybe.
Minnesota.
No.
The AFC South winner.
No.
Or the NFC West winner. So that's like Niners
or Packers.
Rams, Packers, Broncos.
Yeah, those are even Denver is like Yeah, no, okay, Denver. I mean, if I'm picking them to win the division, I think I have to be open to them going on a little bit of a run. So, okay, Green Bay feels the most likely in that group.
Yeah.
And that could be they've played an NFC team to open a season after they won the Super Bowl, right?
For sure. Here's one way to look at that. Would you take the Bills or that field to win the Super Bowl? Bills, one side gets Bills. We can make a $5 bet here. I don't know who would want to bet it, though. One side gets Bills. The other side gets their entire away field for 2026.
I would probably – I mean, the Packers are pretty close, I think, to what the odds should be for the Bills to win it, just given that they don't – I think their conference is easier, and now that they have Parsons – I'm a big Jordan Love guy, so I definitely think the Bills have better odds and should have better odds, but I'm getting that team, and then I'm getting a bunch of other pretty good teams. Like
Bronco, I feel like it's three teams on that side. Broncos, Packers, and the 4 teams, Niners/Rams, which I guess is the Niners there, probably.
I could get to, I think that side is more likely. Yeah.
All right, $5?
Than the Bills. I don't want to bet that, though.
Fair enough.
I'm going to bet like $5 against the Bills to win the Super Bowl. But, yeah, just it's a lot about Green Bay for me, more than anything on that side.
Their road is tougher. You know, it feels like now that we're at the season, we're talking about this whole 1-seed conversation a lot more and how important it is for the Bills. I saw Warren Sharp tweet yesterday about the Bills that it has to – or no, I'm sorry, Scott Pianowski. It was Scott Pianowski that tweeted this about the Bills and said basically, like, if not now, when? Mm-hmm. And I guess we would have to start the conversation about how different it really would be if they got the 1 seed and what it would mean if even that didn't work to get the job done, right? Even that didn't get them to the Super Bowl, because – There have been years where we've definitely talked about how important that is. It's just the schedule this time around really sets it up. Really looks like if you are going to do it, this looks like your year to do it. Your schedule, Baltimore has a tougher road. Kansas City has a tougher road. Cincinnati, whoever else you want to include in the AFC, they're all tougher roads than what the Bills have to get to the best record. So, you know, the quest begins, I guess, tomorrow with Chiefs-Chargers. Whoever starts 1-0, you know, you're chasing them.
Yep.
But I just wonder how much we would change about everything. Pressure. You said, you know, you're not at the point where winning a Super Bowl would be a relief yet, but you will get there eventually.
Yes.
If a 1 seed happens and it doesn't turn into the Super Bowl, well, you would enter the list of trash pile teams like the Titans and the Ravens in the last couple of years that have done the same thing.
You also would check off. You'd have every box now checked off of, well, I haven't done this yet. Like, before it was, you know, haven't lost a playoff game at home. And it's just get it home and let's go on a run. And then you lost to the Bengals. And it's like, okay, I guess I can't be perfect at home in the playoffs. Then it was, well, the Chiefs haven't come here. And then the Chiefs did come here. And you lost that way. So, okay, I've lost both of those ways. Then I went back on the road and lost. And the one thing they still haven't had or done, and I think this is the most valuable of all of those because it's more about strength of opponent for me than anything, is you haven't had that 1 seed. And if they were to get the 1 seed and then still not make it, that would be everything. Right? Like, they would have had every different opportunity and not found a way to get through. I guess maybe the one thing is you haven't had a path that doesn't include Kansas City, but I don't know how often
can't control that.
You can't control that. You might never get that. Yeah. So the 1 seed, though, is the thing. And I still think that that's where it's really set up for them. The schedule, the division is getting the free playoff win, getting a Steelers or a Jaguars or some AFC South team in the second round so that I don't have to play 2 of the top 2 teams in the conference.
Have you really ever sat and thought maybe the answer to this is an obvious yes because 13 seconds, that's how close they were to hosting the AFC Championship game, but yeah, you know, the final season of Highmark is going to be romantic for a lot of people. And if you lay out this scenario, it's very romantic. But hosting the AFC Championship game in any season is incredible.
Yeah.
And you have a generation of fans here, of course, that haven't done it. I started really thinking about what it would be like to be in the stadium, in my seat, regardless of opponent. I know, like the Chiefs, that's a storyline. I don't care if it's the Jaguars or the Texans. You know, a team you think you're going to beat or you think is a tough matchup. The idea of actually sitting there and thinking, I'm watching them play a game, and if they win it, they go to the Super Bowl. I sat with that idea yesterday. Maybe you guys do that all the time. Maybe you never allow yourself to do that. But I really sat with that. Like, what would we do? What would it look like? The game ends.
The goalposts coming down. I mean, if there was ever a more likely time for that to happen again, it would probably be the final game.
Would we spend the night in the parking lot?
Sure.
Would people leave?
No,
that's a real question.
Tailgate round 2.
Why? Is it 6? Wait, this year's at 3 p.m. or 6 p.m. I should look that up.
The AFC change. Here we go. The morning of the schedule or the season starting. We're going to look up the time of the AFC Championship.
I think it's early this year. It was late last year, right?
Is that how they do it? They just go back and forth?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And last year they played the late game. We knew if they won, they would play the Eagles. The Eagles won earlier in the day. It was kind of not that competitive of a game. It was okay.
Yeah, the AFC Championship will be at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. All right. Game ends, and we all just stay there.
We all stay there, and this would be cool. Would they put the NFC Championship up on the scoreboard?
That's a good question.
Hey, hang out in the stadium. No one's leaving. We're going to have a good time, and we're going to watch the game that decides who we play.
Yeah. I feel like calling that on the fly, there are a lot of employees that would be thinking, like, I'd like to go home now.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Or maybe not. Maybe they don't care, and they think, hey, we're going to the Super Bowl. Everything's gravy at this point.
Right.
803-0550 is our phone number. Bills and Ravens. The injury news is not good. It's not really good for either team, right?
Correct. Alexander for the Ravens is the best news maybe that either team had. Because Benford is great news. I just would have thought Benford was on track to play. So I guess that's not that surprising. Whereas Jair Alexander playing this Sunday, to me, would be pretty surprising. He had not practiced in over a month. And I don't think the optimism sounded very good, and it's only one limited practice. It doesn't mean he has to play. But no Likely, no Ricard. I think that just could be totally different to how the Ravens line up and who plays for is that a Taron Johnson game now suddenly more so because they don't have the fullback or the other tight end. And then for the Bills, I have no idea who's going to be playing a corner.
There are numbers about their efficiency when they don't have Likely or they don't have Ricard on the field, like their formations and what they do. So if you're someone that's out here very, very afraid of Derrick Henry, he lost a couple of pretty big pieces in there, and Patrick Ricard and Isaiah Likely.
Yeah. I mean, it's when they line up to play big boy football. I mean, those are the two guys that are almost always on the field, and they don't have them. So, on the other hand, it does kind of lead into what the Ravens might want to attack on the Bills on Sunday is if there's a Jamarcus Ingram out there on the field or a Dorian Strong out there on the field, that they're probably going to want to go more attacking at that player. They're going to want to use Henry. But if I were them, I would see a 6th-round rookie out there and go, let's just get Zay Flowers over there against him. Or even if it's Hopkins. Just pro receiver that's been doing it. Like, he's just going to have that kid in a pretzel for the entire game. So I think that could be a negative even if, Ricard and Likely aren't out there.
For sure. The good news is they might have thought the same thing if they saw Trey White over there, even though he's not a rookie.
Maybe.
You never know. They might respect him for what he did for them last year, but no, all right, we're going to win this matchup all day. Are people confident? Or are people nervous? Or are people just excited to have the game back?
I think
have football back.
Combination of the last two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how confident. I think it's more nervousness about maybe expecting that this one could not go great. Continuation of the playoff game without the mistakes.
Right. Which might have been, if there's one more quarter in that game, Baltimore might have the time to, get it done.
Yes.
Like they made their own mistakes. They shot themselves in the foot, and you played mistake-free football. Can the Bills continue to do that all year long? One thing about this game in terms of how it will frame the season, this Bills-Baltimore opener. Well, let's say they lose 35-10, the exact score of last year. That's the only reason I picked that.
Okay.
We could immediately lean back on, all right, 35-10 last year, and then they beat them in the playoffs, so who cares?
Yep.
This game doesn't matter. The thing it actually would do, though, is it would kind of create a bar. You set a bar for it. I'll say all week, and I've said all week, if they win this game, I'll be really impressed because I think Baltimore is a great team. Every bit as good as the Bills, and maybe right now better because of the Bills have some significant injuries. And the Bills have young players that will need to play really big roles. I don't know what T.J. Sanders and Deion Walker are going to provide yet. I don't know how Cole Bishop's going to look in the secondary. And maybe Baltimore doesn't know how Malachi Starks is going to look back there either. But I've got questions on the Bills, and this first game will kind of set a baseline for that, right? How does everybody look? All right, they lost. And then in 5 weeks, in 7 weeks, in 10 weeks, are we looking at a defense that has really found its game? And it might take that many weeks to find out, Joe, because maybe we don't get full confidence in what the defense is until they play Cincinnati or until they play Kansas City or until they play one of these better teams, right? After Baltimore, it's the Jets. The Saints are in there. Sure, there's a Miami game, which might be a decent test, but I do feel like this season is a little bit about watching their new-look defense come together through injuries, through young players, and, of course, through the addition of 2 free agents they'll add after Week 7. So I get a baseline, not to make a concussion testing comparison, but, your baseline test and then how you respond afterwards.
Yeah.
This is your baseline test. It's Week 1. It's your 0. And where you go from here is really ultimately the story of the season more than this game itself is.
The thing, though, about their defense that gets criticized more than anything, isn't it what they do when they get to the playoffs?
Right.
And that, how much of an answer can you give to that during these regular season games when they've had great defenses that last year I would not consider one of them, but they've had great defenses in the regular season that show up in the playoffs and don't get the job done to the same degree. So there's always going to be that, but with their defense, even if it looks good throughout the entire year, I still think there's going to be that, but about them. So it will be interesting, and it should be valuable to see what they look like, because you'd want to believe they've learned lessons along the way about how they play defense in those playoff games. And that playoff game last year, they tried to do it differently. They tried to throw in more man coverage, and think about that Ravens mistake that Jackson makes where he puts the ball on the ground. That's a safety blitz around the corner they had been setting up. And what's their reputation been more about on defense in the playoffs? It's you just kind of hang back there and everybody knows what you're going to get, and you just line up and play. And that was, I set that up and I threw an extra wrinkle in and it worked. And then with Kansas City, they tried that. It just wasn't, they didn't have the personnel for it. So, I'll want to take some stock in what they do in the regular season defensively, but you're going to hear a lot of, but they do this a lot, where they're really good at defense in the regular season and then don't have that come to fruition in the playoffs. The one thing that could be different about that, though, might be Bosa. Because that's one individual, that's one job, pass rusher, that they've been searching for. And if he's performing throughout the year and looking really good, that's going to feel like something you can count on when you get to one of those big games in January. Is that guy's just going to be a hellraiser that I haven't had in one of those games. Vaughn was on his way to doing it and then got injured. So that would be the one difference. I don't know what you could say about Bosa that would say, oh, he's not going to do it when you get to the postseason if he's out there with 12 sacks in December.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Describe your feelings in a word or two. Give us a thought and jump on an open phone line at 803-0550. Tonight it's Eagles and Cowboys, and we see the Micah Parsons-less Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
We see the Tush push again.
Yes, the Tush push.
Welcome back to the
for
Tush
at
push.
least one more year. Right.
Whatever, the Tush push. I think the Tush push stinks. I've thought it stinks the whole time. I think it stinks that people celebrate it. I think it stinks that people say, "Oh, if just one team does it, I guess that's how good they are." Blah blah blah. I think it stinks. I think about it stinks. I think it stinks when the Bills do it, even though they're good at it.
They are.
It works. Mostly. We have some sensitive memories on that. But
yeah,
whatever.
Will the Bills go to the right on a QB sneak this year? Because that was the thing, right? They went left every single time last year.
That's what Allen wants, right? That's his back foot. That's playing his back foot.
Well, I mean,
someone's got to.
But at this point, someone's got to tell him, like, all right, like, I know it's the side you like to go to, but now everybody knows it. So what are we going to do here? What are we going to do here? Are you going to learn?
Wouldn't they know that? The week before the AFC Championship game, everybody knew the Bills were going to go to the right.
Uh-huh.
Well, the left.
The left, right, yeah.
His left, defense is right.
Defense is right.
Yeah, the week before that, everybody knew. The week before that, everybody knew. Haven't they gone to the right?
That's why they got stopped, right?
Is it why they got stopped? Because, again, like the multiple weeks before and months before, everybody knew where they wanted to go, and they did not get stopped. I don't know why they got stopped. I don't have an answer for you.
But again, I went through this a couple weeks ago. They've got stopped on QB sneaks in a lot of big moments.
High-profile moments,
in games over the years. So, you're right. Maybe that's not the reason, but I think the Chiefs talked about it, didn't they? They talked about after that game, like, yeah, we knew exactly where he was going to go every single time, and we were ready for it. So, yeah, maybe I should assume everybody does know that, but I don't know. Like, does every goalie study every player in a shootout, or is there like...
Yes.
Do every goalie does?
Yeah.
Okay.
Owen?
Every player in the team?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I used to have a scouting report on every guy's tendencies, top 3 moves if we had them. That was how we did it.
Then I would assume every NFL team should probably also know.
Yeah, I would.
Things like
I would
that.
certainly imagine that NFL teams have that sort of information and data, and we'll go right to it.
It would be different though if they knew what was happening, but they didn't know like the trick to stop it. And Kansas City just showed everybody what the trick to stop it is.
I mean, what are the chances of that?
They stopped it 3 times.
All of a sudden, the Bills are not. The Chiefs showed a trick
on Allen's sneak,
and it's over. They can. That's
not over. Just mix in. Go to the other side.
No, I know.
Go over the top.
McDermott spent this entire offseason wanting to ban it because the Chiefs stopped it and figured theirs out. He's like, uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, the thing was always interesting, I thought that got misconstrued about McDermott with that, is he talked about, the injury risk of it, and everybody was, well, you use it for Allen, but the exact wording I remember McDermott using was, I don't want to do what it would take to stop it. It almost sounded like, I know what I would have to do on defense to stop it, but I don't want to do it because it's going to get my guys injured. And I wonder if he has the same idea that I do, where you push one of your linebackers in like he's the quarterback.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Have you seen the spread in this game recently?
For tonight or for the Bills?
For Bills-Ravens.
I saw there was movement to the Ravens side.
Yes.
Then the Ravens are now favored.
I'm double-checking right now because we have in the chat, James wrote in, Vegas already says we're the best team in the AFC. Expectation should be to show Baltimore exactly that. No excuses. I'm double-check. I saw last night at least one book had them as underdogs in the game.
Yeah, they at the moment are plus 1.5. They opened, I think, at -2, and that opened like a month ago, but now it's moved.
So take that for what it's worth. You think Vegas expects the Bills to be better and show them who they are? They're underdogs in this game.
Well, who's Vegas in this context? The sports books think the Bills should have been favored because they said it, and I think people have been betting the Ravens, and that's what moved it. So, those sports bettors are moving it.
Sure, and Vegas moves the line. I mean, that's always how it works. That's how it works for futures bets too.
Right.
Like you're trying to get money. So if we're saying Vegas thinks of the AFC champions, Vegas also thinks right now they are underdogs.
Sure, right. But they're only doing that because all the bettors are basically saying you're wrong, the Ravens are better, and that's why we're forcing you to move it.
Okay, well, but all I'm saying is that's the same as if they're plus 700. That's because there's enough money on them. They don't want to have more of a liability and make them like plus 2,200 or something like that.
All right.
I don't know.
My brain hurts.
I kind of pretend to know how Vegas works. It's something I do at 6 a.m. sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, 803-0550. Larry in South Florida quickly before the break. Hey, Larry, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. One thing, my feeling is either Baltimore. I'm flying down Sunday morning, or flying up Sunday morning, so I can catch a game, and then flying back Monday. But my feeling is either Baltimore is really going to whoop on us just because of our injuries on defense, or it's going to be an extremely close game like the playoff game. And I think the key to victory for us, if that happens, McDermott's got to save those timeouts for the last 2 minutes, because I have a feeling Baltimore's going to probably score. We're going to get the ball maybe with a minute 30 something to go. And if we don't have those timeouts to get us down the field, and or whatever you do with timeouts first half, whatever, but the second half, as he gets
Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550. Happy NFL season kickoff day on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner. Bills and Ravens. The injury news is not good. It's not really good for either team, right?
Correct. I mean, Alexander for the Ravens is the best news maybe that either team had. Because Benford is great news. I just would have thought Benford was on track to play. So I guess that's not that surprising. Whereas Jair Alexander playing this Sunday, to me, would be pretty surprising. He had not practiced in over a month. And I don't think the optimism sounded very good. And it's only one limited practice. It doesn't mean he has to play. But no Likely, no Ricard. I think that just could be totally different to how the Ravens line up and who plays for is that a Taron Johnson game now suddenly more so because they don't have the fullback or the other tight end. And then for the Bills, I have no idea who's going to be playing a corner.
There are numbers about their efficiency when they don't have Likely or they don't have Ricard on the field, like their formations and what they do. So if you're someone that's out here very, very afraid of Derrick Henry, he lost a couple of pretty big pieces in there, and Patrick Ricard and Isaiah Likely.
Yeah. I mean, that's when they line up to play big boy football. I mean, those are the two guys that are almost always on the field, and they don't have them. So, on the other hand, it does kind of lead into what the Ravens might want to attack on the Bills on Sunday. Is if there's a Jamarcus Ingram out there on the field or a Dorian Strong out there on the field, that they're probably going to want to go more attacking at that player. They're going to want to use Henry. But if I were them, I would see a 6th-round rookie out there and go, let's just get Zay Flowers over there against him. Or even if it's Hopkins. Just pro receiver that's been doing it. Like, he's just going to have that kid in a pretzel for the entire game. So I think that could be a negative even if, Ricard and Likely aren't out there.
Bills and Ravens. The injury news is not good. It's not
injury
really good
reports come out yesterday, and their first practices of the week, at least for the Bills, getting ready for the Ravens, that was open to the media. The Bills did not have Tre'Davious White on the field. He was a non-participant at practice due to a groin injury that has kept him out for a little bit here. Christian Benford was back on the field, as was Tyler Bass. They were both limited. Keon Coleman also limited. All of those players also dealing with groin injuries. For the Baltimore Ravens, they had Jair Alexander return. That's the good news for them, battling a knee. Isaiah Likely, Pat Ricard at tight end and fullback, both non-participants at practice yesterday. Bills and Ravens on Sunday Night Football. And tonight, the Thursday Night Football game between the Eagles and Cowboys to open the regular season. NFL Kickoff on NBC, and we'll have the game right here on WGR just after 8 o'clock. U.S. Open tennis. Jessie Pegula plays her semifinal match later tonight. We'll talk more about it with Ed McGrogan of Tennis Channel coming up next. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I don't know. I feel like I'm just really comfortable, and it's crazy to look now and think that I'm really comfortable coming out here playing on big courts and big matches on the best court in the world and with the craziest crowd against the best players. It's pretty crazy, and it's something 10 years ago I never thought I'd be good at this, but I guess I am.
Jessie Pegula, that's a relatable comment, 10 years ago, never thought I'd be good at this, and I guess I am. It's a pretty great way to say it. Senior editorial manager at the Tennis Channel and member of the 6 a.m. Club which is guests that join us in the 6 o'clock hour. Ed McGrogan joins us on the Wester Hotline, covering the U.S. Open and tonight's semifinal between Jessie Pegula and Aryna Sabalenka. Ed, good morning. Thanks for once again joining us bright and early.
Guests that willingly join at the 6 a.m. hour, too. Yeah, we're back. It's time. Not a bad hour, though. We're here for it.
We're back. When you say we're back, you mean for coverage in the U.S. Open, or you mean Bills Mafia? I mean, for Bills fans out there, you're a member of the Mafia here covering the U.S. Open, and I'm sure eager to watch Sunday night's game.
I mean, I was specifically referring to the 6 a.m. club, but all that said, all the same, too. Yeah, no, I mean, we're ready for Sunday of 2. We can talk about that later on. But, no, big few days in my world coming up, no doubt about it.
Yeah, so reading your piece, you have a piece that you posted or that you put up at the Tennis Channel website and tennis.com. You know, am I wrong, or have we done this before with Jessie Pegula's kind of arc and story? Am I wrong to kind of make connections to the Bills about getting to a spot, and it's a matter of when will you get past this one spot that you seem to get to, and you know, not necessarily making it about whether or not you should have done it. With the Bills, we can very clearly kind of look at them and say, man, the resume's there. They probably should have done more by now. How does that relate to Jessie Pegula and the major championship search?
I think you had it right. That's a fair comparison. The main difference is last year she was 0-6 going into Grand Slam semifinals and got over that. So that was one obstacle that was cleared. The comp I would use this year and leading into tonight is who she's playing, and that's Aryna Sabalenka, the world number 1. Now, the ultimate goal is the major title, but what's become the bigger issue is just Sabalenka. And as I go into the piece, this is her Mahomes. This is a principal rival. And the last 3 times they've played, they've all been in very big hardcore finals, which included last year's U.S. Open final, and it went Sabalenka's way, all in straight sets, no less. They were all competitive. Even last year's U.S. Open final, which I was at, that was 7-5, 7-5. But the big thing for her tonight is just to get off to a much better start. Like it's paramount, I think. The matchup is 7-2 in Sabalenka's favor. But as we could go into, this is a bit of a surprise that Pegula's even gotten this far, considering where her year was, where her summer was. And that's what makes this pretty interesting to me, is it's kind of a house money thing with her, it feels like, and I get that from talking to her as well.
How was it so different this year?
So normally this is Pegula's bread and butter time after Wimbledon, and it really including Wimbledon. So going into the start of this year, she actually had probably the best start of her career to a season. I would say won 3 different titles on 3 different surfaces going into the long clay court stretch that begins in April. And typically Pegula's MO was that she was extremely consistent at the majors, but would reach that sort of glass ceiling, like you would say. This year, what she's done at the majors is, aside from the U.S. Open, is really, really struggle. Only reached the 4th round at one major, and that was the French Open, which not is actually her worst surface on clay, and took a very, very surprising loss to a French player who was ranked outside the top 200, if I recall. Just kind of caught fire, and just a surprising loss. And, what ends up happening after that is she goes onto the grass, beats Iga Swiatek, who was actually eliminated last night at the U.S. Open at a grass court event, and promptly loses first round of Wimbledon. And from there, what ends up happening is really it's been a struggle for Pegula coming into the U.S. Open on the events that she really does well at. She came into the tournament having won just 2 of her prior 6 matches. And I think expectations were pretty low, pretty modest for her. When I talked to her after her first round match, success to her was just defined as wasn't it defined as finally breaking through, winning the slam title, was just like dealing with the challenges, the ups and downs. And she's had more of those this summer than usual. But she's caught fire. She's benefited, I think, certainly from her draw, where she hasn't had to play the best of the best necessarily leading into this event, but she's taking care of everything in straight sets and comes into this with, I think, a really renewed mindset, and just, I think more than anything, just an opportunity in her mind that she may not have thought she was going to get even, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
You called Sabalenka her Mahomes. They played today. That was the final matchup last year at the U.S. Open. Is there a specific problem that do you think she has in that matchup?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, this is the problem that most players have with Sabalenka. She's just, the true power player in the women's game. And it took Sabalenka a long time to get, to kind of refine what she brings to the table. I watched her very first title win up in New Haven, Connecticut years ago. And it took a long time for Sabalenka to kind of just rein it in. But once she did and really fixed her serve, she became the player that she is today. For Jessie, I mean, it's really dealing with that artillery. Pegula, people who watch her know she is more naturally a counterpuncher, more naturally willing to kind of trade from the baseline, and she does need to get out of her comfort zone with a player like Sabalenka, probably more so than any other player. Her coaches, often say that it's a match where she's going to need to take some risks more than she's, I think, perhaps even comfortable with. I think over time in this matchup specifically, I think Jessie is more apt to try and do that. I think, I wrote in the piece on tennis.com that she is going to need to bring a different look to this. I think, maybe if you want to extend that comparison to the Bills and what they want to do with Casey, I mean, do they need to bring a different look defensively, if you will, to things? I mean, maybe that's the equivalent to what Jess has to do here. But I think the biggest thing tonight is she has to get off to a fast start because playing catch up against Sabalenka is just a losing battle for her and amongst everybody really. But I'm looking forward to tonight because I want to see what she and her team have kind of concocted that can hopefully in her eyes throw Sabalenka off. Obviously, the crowd is going to be all in on her. There's 2 Americans playing in tonight's women's semis. Jessie's first up, so you get that right away. First match, you're not waiting for a match to end for the kind of marquee to begin. They're both great matches tonight. The other one is Anisimova playing Osaka, but it should be a very good scene. So if you're waiting for football to come on, if you have not watched Jessie, I think it's worth your time at 7 p.m. tonight.
One last question, Ed. As you lay it all out for Jessie Pegula tonight in the U.S. Open semifinal, it sounds like you said house money. Kind of be in your piece, you read how maybe she's a little more relaxed right now and not as as keyed up or as tense as maybe years past. But also the stakes are so high, you might have to change, you might have to be different. I wonder how really any athlete, how Jessie Pegula ultimately will kind of manage that, like play free, but also you might have to be different.
Yeah, I mean, it's like getting into that zone. It's like you don't want to be tense with stuff. And you're right. This is an equivalent to all players in all situations here. I mean, mentally, she is a very as a personality, as someone to talk to. She is kind of she kind of, her mixed doubles partner Jack Draper said she's a real one, and I think that's a kind of an attribute to just kind of how she goes about things. Like, can she be sort of too low in a way sometimes? I've sensed that. Can the moment – I don't think the moment can get to her at this point, because the one exception that we talked about is she has been to a Grand Slam final before. It's not as if this is her first semifinal she's ever played at a major. So that is one thing kind of in her pocket that what could end up happening is, okay, somehow you get by Sabalenka tonight. Okay, now, you've got to win. You're here. Yeah. That's do the Bills finally beat the Chiefs and we have this NFC Titan to deal with at the end of the road here, too. So I think that's one thing that's a water, we'll get to that if it happens. But ultimately, Sabalenka is, I think, still a decided favorite tonight. This is, I think, it would be a surprise, honestly, if Pegula wins this one. But I also, when players get back to these situations time and time again, I mean, ultimately they're asked to do things that, they realize the chance they have here. And I think Jess ultimately does that as well.
Ed McGrogan of the Tennis Channel, senior editorial manager at Tennis Channel and tennis.com, and member of the 6 o'clock club, the 6 a.m. hour club. Ed, thanks again, as always, and we will be watching tonight. Thank you.
Talk soon, guys. Go Bills.
Go Bills. All right. 803-0550. Sal coming up at 8 o'clock. Our fantastic four-way parlay in the 9 o'clock hour. It's football season. There's football tonight. Very exciting. On the injuries for the Bills, we'll get into that a little bit more in the 7 o'clock hour. Some troubling injury potential for this Baltimore game. And I have a question on Twitter. What you're most eager to see? Get some of those answers. What are you most eager to see Sunday night against Baltimore in the opener? Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Are people confident? Are people nervous? Or are people just excited to have the game back?
I think
have football back.
Combination of the last two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how confident. I think it's more nervousness about maybe expecting that this one could not go great. Continuation of the playoff game without the mistakes.
Right. Which might have been, if there's one more quarter in that game, Baltimore might have the time to, get it done.
Yes.
Like they made their own mistakes. They shot themselves in the foot, and you played mistake-free football. Can the Bills continue to do that all year long? One thing about this game, in terms of how it will frame the season, this Bills-Baltimore opener. Well, let's say they lose 35-10, the exact score of last year. That's the only reason I picked that.
Okay.
We could immediately lean back on, all right, well, 35-10 last year, and then they beat them in the playoffs, so who cares?
Yep.
This game doesn't matter. The thing it actually would do, though, is it would kind of create a bar. You set a bar for it. I'll say all week, and I've said all week, if they win this game, I'll be really impressed because I think Baltimore is a great team. Every bit as good as the Bills, and maybe right now better because of the Bills have some significant injuries. And the Bills have young players that will need to play really big roles. I don't know what TJ Sanders and Deion Walker are going to provide yet. I don't know how Cole Bishop's going to look in the secondary. And maybe Baltimore doesn't know how Malachi Starks is going to look back there either. But I've got questions on the Bills, and this first game will kind of set a baseline for that, right? How does everybody look? All right, they lost. And then in 5 weeks, in 7 weeks, in 10 weeks, are we looking at a defense that has really found its game? And it might take that many weeks to find out, Joe, because maybe we don't get full confidence in what the defense is until they play Cincinnati or until they play Kansas City or until they play one of these better teams. Jeremy and Sneaky Joe, excuse me, good morning. So last night we had our wide receiver fantasy league draft of all receivers. 120 receivers were drafted in this draft. Me, Joe, Josh, Owen, a couple other guys here from the station, a couple listeners. Just a silly little league where we're going to give Owen like $10. We haven't decided the buy-in, but we have teams of 7 starting receivers. We start 7 receivers, 3 on the bench. And as the thing is going along, Joe, I'm thinking about my strategy.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what would not be a bad idea? Because, you'd like to have Jamar Chase, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It would not be a bad idea to have both receivers on a team that stink. I have both Saints receivers, or have maybe both
on the same team, because you have both
garbage time.
Yeah.
You're trying to pile up. Oh, it's garbage time, and the Titans are down by 14. I'm getting every point from here on out that goes to receivers, and nobody else is. So it's kind of fun to think about the strategy of a only wide receiver fantasy league.
How many yards you're going to get from Spencer Rattler, though, in total?
That's garbage time. That's right. But if you're not, what's a better plan at garbage time? There's a minute left in a game. You might have Jamar Chase. He might be on the bench if they're winning.
How many yards you got him throwing for this year?
Rattler?
Yeah.
3,200. Not many.
Listen, you have 2 receivers, and it's 30. I would take that right now from him.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, these are late picks. It wasn't the first-round pick. I'm going with Rashid Shaheed. Trust me.
Yeah.
8030550. The McDermott conversation is ongoing at ProFootballTalk.com. They're asking the big question about McDermott. We'll play a little bit of that through the show. Sal at 8, NFL opening night tonight. Eagles and Cowboys here on WGR. Bills and Ravens. The injury news is not good. It's not really good for either team, right?
Correct. Alexander for the Ravens is the best news maybe that either team had. Because Benford is great news. I just would have thought Benford was on track to play. So I guess that's not that surprising. Whereas Jair Alexander playing this Sunday, to me, would be pretty surprising. He had not practiced in over a month. And I don't think the optimism sounded very good, and it's only one limited practice. It doesn't mean he has to play. But no Likely, no Ricard. I think that just could be totally different to how the Ravens line up and who plays for is that a Taron Johnson game now suddenly more so because they don't have the fullback or the other tight end. And then for the Bills, I have no idea who's going to be playing a corner.
There are numbers about their efficiency when they don't have Likely or they don't have Ricard on the field, like their formations and what they do. So if you're someone that's out here very, very afraid of Derrick Henry, he lost a couple of pretty big pieces in there, and Patrick Ricard and Isaiah Likely.
Yeah. I mean, that's when they line up to play big boy football. I mean, those are the two guys that are almost always on the field, and they don't have them. So, on the other hand, it does kind of lead into what the Ravens might want to attack on the Bills on Sunday is if there's a Jamarcus Ingram out there on the field or a Dorian Strong out there on the field, that they're probably going to want to go more attacking at that player. They're going to want to use Henry. But if I were them, I would see a 6th-round rookie out there and go, let's just get Zay Flowers over there against him. Or even if it's Hopkins. Just pro receiver that's been doing it. Like, he's just going to have that kid in a pretzel for the entire game. So I think that could be a negative even if, Ricard and Likely aren't out there. Bills and Ravens on Sunday Night Football. First injury reports of the week coming out for both teams yesterday. For the Bills, we do not have Tre'Davious White at practice still. He has a groin injury. He was a non-participant. A couple players that were limited, all also with groin injuries. Christian Benford, Keon Coleman, Tyler Bass. Good news on Khalil Shakir. He was a full participant at practice for the Bills. For the Baltimore Ravens, Jair Alexander returned to the field in a limited capacity. He has not practiced in over a month with a knee injury. No Isaiah Likely or fullback Pat Ricard for the Ravens at practice. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Tonight, the NFL season opener between the Eagles and the Cowboys just after 8 o'clock. We'll have the game right here on WGR. U.S. Open tennis. Jessie Pegula looking to advance to a second consecutive U.S. Open final. She'll meet Aryna Sabalenka tonight at 7 in the women's semifinals. She is a big underdog in the match tonight. Yesterday on the men's side, Jannik Sinner wins on his quarterfinal matchup. He'll head to the semis, and tomorrow you'll have Novak Djokovic against Carlos Alcaraz. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
At some point, you have to assume that ownership is going to say, hang on a second. I only have 5 years left with Josh Allen, and we've yet to get to a Super Bowl. I need to make a change. I need an offensive coach that's going to get more out of Josh Allen and the talent around him, or I need this, or I need that, or I just need different. We got to do something different. So I think that's a very real factor to consider as we go each and every year into Josh Allen's career.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk there with Chris Sims did a long conversation about the clock ticking on Sean McDermott. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It is NFL football season. Eagles and Cowboys tonight from Philadelphia. Banner raising for Philadelphia. And the NFL season begins tomorrow. It's Chargers and Chiefs in Brazil, and then we're off to a full slate of games on Sunday.
So set your fantasy lineups.
Yes, do that.
For tonight.
We got injuries to talk about for this matchup. I've asked a question on Twitter. I want to get back to this comment from Florio, too, and kind of, I don't know, see what we get out of it. But what about this Bills team are you most eager to see Sunday night against Baltimore, other than, Josh Allen doing freak show things like he does, which is always pretty fun? Like, what part of the team are you most eager to finally get a regular season set of reps to look for? 803-0550 is our phone number. Let us know what for you it is, the number one thing that you are looking for. My answer for that is it's probably Kincaid. It's Kincaid or Coleman, right? It's the two pieces that are high investments on the offense that are supposed to do what Florio's kind of talking about there, like more help around Allen and, a pass catcher to help him more to become a problem, whether that's growth from Coleman into something that's really exciting or if it's Kincaid becoming the final vision of what they thought he could be, really. So it's probably those two. I want to see Kincaid, who I think has had a bit of a quiet camp in preseason, and Coleman's had a little bit more hype surrounding him. So to me, it's those two guys. It's Kincaid and Coleman, what they can offer in this offense in year 2 for Coleman and year 3 for Kincaid.
Yeah, I think it's hard not to pick one of those two. Unless you wanted to pick something on the defense like Bosa or, Max Hairston eventually maybe is this answer. But, it's go time for Kincaid especially. Because this is year 3, right? Not that if Coleman had a pedestrian year that there would be, I think, a lot of belief that there's some massive step coming in a third year for him. But if Kincaid doesn't do it this year, it's going to feel like, all right, this is what he is. This is 3 years now of him in this offense and playing with this quarterback. And if it's still not really happening, then it's going to feel like, am I even bringing this guy back for a second contract? Is it a failed pick? And that could even be with him being a player that's somewhat helpful. If he's a 600-yard tight end that's a a piece of the offense, but he's just not really that never really scares off defenses, never really looks all that threatening. That's kind of always been the thing for him with me is the plays never really look that threatening. I think there's a lot of good numbers, though, like Joe Marino's brought up about his, efficiency rate and yak numbers that are pretty good, and Allen missing him a lot last year that might point to there is more in there. But still it never looks, it's not George Kittle with the football.
No,
where
he's a very different player. Yeah,
very different player. Down the field stuff too. Just give me a little of that. Give me some belief that there is an upper echelon tight end in there, because so far I'm not really seeing it. And you're into your third year. It's time to see it now, or you're probably never gonna.
I guess with him, what you would the line you would differentiate. You said Kittle, and when he's drafted, it's Kelsey, right?
Yeah, he's not or prime Gronk running with the football.
Right, he's never going to be Gronk, never going to be Kittle. Kelsey was maybe more of an idea, but when Kincaid gets drafted, the hype about what he could be, matchup nightmare, all that stuff, maybe that's part of the problem in terms of what we are expecting. Like Sal points out all the time, likes to point out, when Kincaid's rookie season happened, he set the franchise record for tight ends catches by a rookie, or maybe it was
I think just tight end. I think he had the most catches by a tight end in Bill's history.
Right, which is a kind of a low number, but whatever. He did that, and he deserves credit for that as being part of their offense. But I guess when he got drafted, the thing I always thought, Joe, was this is not to me, unique player in the league. A lot of teams have a tight end like this. They have someone that they feel this is important to have. So there was a little bit of maybe an oversell on what he could do, but that doesn't mean he can't be really valuable and can't be a big part of what they do going forward. So he doesn't have to be Kelsey for it to be a success. He doesn't ever have to be Kittle or Gronk, who, of course, he's a very different player then, just to be a reliably good piece of their offense. And, I guess that's a passing grade. At the end of this year, Kincaid, it'll be the fifth-year option in what to do on that. And do you need to see the Kincaid game? Do you need to see takeovers? Do you need to see, hey, they beat Baltimore week 1 because he had 9 for 114 and 2 touchdowns? Do you need games like that out of this player? Maybe, maybe not. I know it's the everybody eats offense, and you could sit here and say we're too focused on who makes the catches. But the point of that point is really you have something the other team can't stop, so you feed it. Right, so you go to that in that game. And that's something Joe Brady, of course, would sign off on. Whoever's open is going to get the ball. Can he be the guy that does it consistently in a game where that's what you exploit? And we haven't really seen huge games from him yet.
No, he didn't. He didn't lead the Bills in receiving yards in a single game last year. How many tight ends would have done that for their team over the course of the year? There were just no big games, and even the year prior, just no. Yeah, right, takeover games. Not every week. That's what Kelsey does in his prime. But how about once a month? Once a month, look like, man, the defense just can't handle you today. Or this team's really bad against tight ends, and it's a nightmare matchup, and you just know Kincaid's going to exploit it all day.
Do you know what his season high in yards was last year?
It can't be higher than Did he get to 70?
He got to 53.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I think I'm looking at it.
Injuries,
50.
I know, but
sure.
53. He did play most of the games.
Yeah, 53. His season high last year was 53 yards. He got 52, 51. So, that's where he kind of topped out. And the year before, his rookie season, which was a good season. And this is only statistically. I know there is more value than just what you put on the stat sheet, but the point is, I think part of the evaluation of Kincaid is when you draft a first-round tight end, and the names that start getting thrown out there are your Kelseys, and when you're talking about the receiver core, you have to include Kincaid. His best game ever is he's got 2 here. I've got over 80 yards.
Okay, in his rookie year.
His rookie season he's over 80 yards 3 times. 81 against Cincinnati, 87 against New England, 84 against Miami. That's the high mark. If he had a 100-yard game, it'd be the first of his career. So I'm not totally tied up in the stats. The stats,
but
they represent that the other team didn't have an answer for him.
The other team did have an answer for him, you're saying?
I'm saying, no, right. If you got to 100 yards, if you had a 120.
If you got to 100, yeah.
If you had a big statistical game, it would represent that,
right.
Hey, you've got something here, and they just don't know what to do about it.
Yeah. Last year, Dalton Kincaid, you said his career high in receiving yard, his season high was 53 yards. Tight ends in the league that had a game with more receiving yards in a game than that, 43.
All right.
There were 43 tight ends that had more yards in a game than Kincaid did last year.
803-0550, our phone number. On that McDermott point for Mike Florio in a moment. Let's go to Mike in Pennsylvania, though. Mike's called in. Hey, Mike, good morning. Happy football
season.
Guys,
good morning. Happy game week. I'm not really concerned with the offense. I just feel with Josh Allen, he's going to figure out how to get it done, whether it's Khalil Shakir, Kincaid, Ray Davis, James Cook. I just feel that there's enough weapons that they'll get it done. What I'm anxious to look at is, and they're going to get a big test week one, can they stop the run and can they get interior pass rush? So I'm going to be looking solely at that revamped defensive line week one.
Thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of the things we're waiting to see. Maybe it's normal to be nervous about the defense going in when there have been so many changes, but right, the interior of that defensive line, Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, is Jordan Phillips getting activated for this game. One thing that Sal pointed out, and I think I have this right. We'll talk about this with Sal at 8 o'clock. Jordan Phillips, they might not activate for game one because as a vested veteran. If Sal, if you're listening, you can let me know if I get this right. Just text me because I was listening to the afternoon show yesterday, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
If he is active in week one, his salary becomes fully guaranteed for the year. But if he's not active in week one, you could just activate him in week two, and his salary is not guaranteed for the whole year. So it could be a situation where cap stuff, economical stuff, whatever, the Bills do not activate Jordan Phillips for that reason. So then this game comes down to Daquan Jones, Ed Oliver, Deion Walker, TJ Sanders, right? Like you've got pieces in there, but you've got question marks because you kind of don't know what these guys are going to bring just yet.
Right. That would be, is that your room? You'd have two defensive tackles that have played a game in the NFL, which might be fine, but I wonder if they would feel comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Is there one other guy on the practice squad they could elevate? Or I guess it would be the same thing with that guy too, right? Unless he's a rookie. Zion Logue is the other guy that's on the team.
Right.
And he might be the same thing.
Thanks, Mike, for the phone call. What are you excited to get a look at on Sunday? That's our question here. What are you excited to get a look at? Mark in Coconut Creek is up next. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thinking about Joey Bosa, and if looking at his stats the last 3 or 4 years, you've got 4 or 5 sacks, and if he can get back to, his 10 and 12 sack standard from his earlier days, I just think he can put a little more pressure and prevent our D-backs from just getting cooked these first few games. I'm nervous about the D.
Yeah.
But like the guy from PA said, Josh is – and that offense is going to – every game could be a shootout. And if it is, McDermott will be on the hot seat at the end of the year. So – let's go Bills. It's going to be a great season. Thanks again, guys.
Thanks, Mark. Expecting a lot from the offense. I'm glad, Mark, you went this direction because I have a question. I've never, Joe, we talk about the Bills 20 hours a week, and I've never had this thought until right now hearing Mike Florio at the top of the hour. If you missed that, he said, at some point, Sean McDermott's seat's going to get hot if they don't get farther, if they don't get results, yada, yada, yada. And then he suggests the idea of an offensive coach. The owner's going to get impatient and want to hire an offensive coach, which is a conversation we have definitely had before, right? We've had it before.
Yep.
My question is this. Why would that be different? What would be different if the coach was an offensive coach? If you want to tell me, well, you wouldn't have to change coordinators every year. Okay. I would 100% understand that. That is undeniable. But what else would be different? Joe Brady's been the offensive coordinator now for 2.5 seasons. So it's not changed this year. It's not changed last year. If you're saying offensive coach, it's for what? It's for more of a focus on the offensive side of the ball, more weapons for that side of the ball. The GM kind of indicates that, he thinks they can do it the way that they're doing it. I don't know that he's wrong, but shouldn't the offensive coach narrative, what would it be for? Would that coach come in and say, I need a true wide receiver one? The entire organization seems to buy into the idea that you don't need that.
Yeah.
Or at least they're not necessarily keen on it. Like pushing back on the idea that high-profile weapons are important. It's a ton of belief in, if I have Josh, I'll be fine. And we've got callers saying that, and that's a lot of people that feel that way. I mean, I feel like I feel that way. I do want to add more, but what would an offensive coach do to make things really any different?
Well, at the moment, like when you have the guy in the building that's doing a good job, like Joe Brady, then I think the answer is nothing. Like, it's going well, and they're bought into this ideology that they have on offense, and it's working, so you just go with it. But what you'd be avoiding is 10 weeks of a season, or even if you want to go beyond that, where you have a coordinator in there that might not know what he's doing, and Ken Dorsey, where your offense didn't look great for half a season.
You're going to sure,
and that would not happen if you had a McVay, Andy Reid. You had a great offensive coach that you just know is never going anywhere.
Sure. 2.5 years ago that happened.
Right.
You're telling me
but it might happen again next year.
It might happen, but it won't happen this year.
No.
Again, like the concept is, if you want to hire an offensive head coach, if your number one argument about doing that is continuity at the offensive coordinator or play caller position, that's not currently a problem, and you'd be making that move after a year where that was not the case.
But you would be making the move when? You'd be making the move when it's going to maybe come up again? Because if he's pushing that question out to after this year, if they lose again, however it goes.
They lose again, and Brady leaves, and now there's a new offensive coordinator.
Right.
And then they lose again? Now we're at, okay, I need an offensive coach. I just feel like you have a bit of an organizational build where the quarterback fixes everything on their offense, and their build is stud quarterback, awesome offensive line, a lot of guys that kind of mesh together, and the sum is greater than whatever the parts, or you know what I'm trying to say. It's early, it's football season, my brain's switched to football. I have been on board with more offensive coaches make the Super Bowl than defensive coaches. I've heard all that. I know all that. I guess my point is, what would actually be different about this year? Because if they don't make the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl this year, and you as a fan pretend you owe the team, you say, I got to move on to somebody else. You're not getting a different result by doing it, just making him an offensive coach. You want Joe Brady to be the head coach? Would Joe Brady be how would it be different?
What would be different is, again, I wouldn't have to ever go into the uncertainty of and really what you'd be doing is ensuring that your quarterback is going to have the most help possible on his side of the ball.
Wait a minute. In the coaching stand? Fine.
From the coaching stance, yeah.
All right, we're not talking about roster construction?
Because they're not doing that with players. Other than linemen, they're doing it.
So, again, this is still, I don't want to keep getting back to that same point. I understand the idea of continuity from an offensive side of the conversation, but that doesn't change what it would have been that last year and this year have been your problem.
No, but it would change next year.
Or the year before. I would have 3 playoff losses in this scenario with McDermott and Joe Brady. What would an offensive coach have done differently?
No, nothing. Not in the last 3. I'm saying next year would be different.
And what would be different?
I'm going to have a coordinator in there. I have no idea if it's going to be as bad as what Ken Dorsey was, or if it's going to be as good as Joe Brady was.
Right, but you're going to hire an offensive coach. Who's that coach going to be? Maybe he's reputable. Say it's
maybe he's even on the staff. Maybe it's Ronald Curry who just gets promoted.
Sure, and he's the head coach. And I would know.
He's the coordinator.
Who's the coach in this scenario?
McDermott.
No. In this scenario, he gets fired, like Mike Florio says, and the owner says, I need an offensive coach. Give me a name. Who's the guy?
Gotcha. You're the one who wants to do your coordinator draft.
That's true, I do want to
Who's
do
the
that.
next offensive coordinator other than Joe Brady that's going to get hired?
Davis Webb is named the head coach. Davis Webb. He's an offensive coach.
All right.
He's somebody a lot of people think will be a head coach someday. He's got a reputation. He's got a relationship with Josh Allen. Davis Webb is their head coach. I now know, all right, I've got continuity at the head coaching position from an offensive standpoint. But past that, if it's a new guy, I've got no proof of success. If it's a veteran coach, like let's say it's the next Sean Payton, I have my continuity at offensive scheme. But I just kind of want to get back to that's not been the thing. That's the problem. The GM is bullish on the offense hasn't been the problem. And in this scenario where you're firing the defensive coach for an offensive coach, wouldn't the GM say, why am I doing that? The offense isn't the problem. We have switch coordinators, and the offense hasn't been the problem. Arguably, when they fired the offensive coordinator after a half a season, it was the defense that was the problem.
I mean, in the moment it was, but like their offense was not by what their standard should be. Their offense was not good.
That's right. They were turning it over a lot. They had a bunch of fumbles. They had a bunch of interceptions. That
was Allen trying to, I think, hold up and carry a very, an offense that just didn't seem to have an identity, and that's not a place I ever want to go back to. I never want to go back to that. So. Right, like maybe it would almost have to be Brady for this example, right? Because if you're making it a first-time coach like a Davis Webb, then that's different because I have no idea what I'm going to get on that front. If I've got a Sean Payton available or it's Joe Brady, somebody that I know this guy's a really good coordinator in the National Football League, then or a really good play caller, then to me, that's not why they're losing playoff games, right. But it's under the umbrella of. I'm not just letting Josh Allen go out there and I don't have to do anything on offense because my quarterback has got it. That would ensure if there was some problem with McDermott and they fired him after the year and promoted Joe Brady, I'd feel like I've got the same play caller for the rest of this guy's career.
Right. And that has value.
Right.
But the problem hasn't been the offense. So that
except on the final drive.
Well, right, what you're talking about is potentially a different way that they build, because it sounds like as we lay this conversation out, again, I don't think it's necessarily going to be something that goes this way, but you do get to what's the problem and what the GM kind of stands on business with that and what he's going to do ultimately.
Right, which I do not think is going to be McDermott being on even the hot seat after this year, by the way. I don't think any of that is what Florio laid out. I don't think that if they even lose to, in the wild card round, that there's a true McDermott on the hot seat conversation.
Yeah. 803-0550. This has not been a full-throated, for me, defense of McDermott. It's just I'd never thought about it like that before. As Florio says, get an offensive coach in here. I just got the GM in my ear saying, as he did on the station, the defense is the problem. Wouldn't one think if they have the same kind of loss, they would want a different defensive mind? Wouldn't that make more sense based on what the GM says? First off, if he even has the power to fire the coach. Listen, it's the day the season starts. We're not necessarily talking about firing the coach. We're talking about people talking about firing the coach.
That's right.
It's very key here for me.
We're not talking about it. We're talking about people talking about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very, very different.
The guys on the radio were firing McDermott this morning. That's not what we're doing.
All right. No.
Anyway, it's an interesting conversation. All right. Good stuff.
I'm looking at the list of offensive coordinators in the NFL right now and realizing I gotta brush up on some of these guys. Matt Nagy is back as a coordinator in the league. I mean, he's Kansas City, so he doesn't really call plays, right?
Yeah.
Kingsbury.
Davis Webb. Now that we've successfully pulled off our former Bill, future Bill fantasy league, I really think we could gateway right into offensive coordinator dynasty league. I'm ready.
All right.
I've seen.
I'm
ready.
Yeah. That's a possibility for sure. We could even just do that with 4 guys. Right?
True.
There's only so many coordinators. By the way, in our former Bill, future Bill draft, I believe Jordan Poyer was released and is being re-signed. I believe that is the second time a guy I drafted was signed.
He's not on your team right now. He's not on your roster. Sorry. He's not on your roster.
Oh, I dropped him.
That's right.
It wouldn't have been allowed anyway.
That'd be 3D chess. You keep a guy that's on the Bills thinking he's going to get cut and then re-signed. You would have had double points for Poyer because of that transaction they had to pull.
I wouldn't have wanted those points anyway. It feels like cheating.
Happy football season. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. You're seeing one of the reasons I rarely broadcast from home anymore. When the kids were younger, I could get away with it. Now I can't, and it's their first day of school. So I'm leaving for
They banging down the door? They were banging down the door there?
They will not go away. They want to talk on the radio. So I'm going to go take them to school because it's their first day, and I'm excited to do that, and they're excited. And then I'll be back. So you're going to talk to Sal, and I'm going to get to these munchkins. All right. Happy football season. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
The morning of the NFL season opener, we got Eagles and Cowboys a little bit later on tonight, just after 8 o'clock, which we will have right here on WGR. The game's being televised on NBC. Eagles a big favorite going into tonight. The Bills had their first practice of the week yesterday, getting ready for the Baltimore Ravens on their first injury report of the season. Couple of players that were limited, and Tre'Davious White was a non-participant, so they did not have White, who is listed as having a groin injury. Also limited at the same position, cornerback Christian Benford. Good news, though, that he was back on the field at all. Limited with a groin injury as well. Same injury, same designation for Keon Coleman. And then Tyler Bass was limited with a left hip/groin injury as well. Good news on Khalil Shakir. He was a full participant. He had been battling that ankle injury. Bills and Ravens coming up on Sunday. The Barnes Firm injury report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured, for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. On the Ravens injury report yesterday, Jair Alexander returned to the field for the first time in over a month as a limited participant with a knee injury. Tight end Isaiah Likely and fullback Pat Ricard were not out there for the Ravens. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think the first and foremost thing, just trying to do too much and trying to play hero ball maybe too early. Over the years, just finding out, let the game come to us, especially myself. Throwing checkdowns early and moving the sticks and just worrying about, the play at hand and not the entire drive. So, yeah, just looking forward to going out there and execute with my teammates.
Josh Allen on week 1 says, maybe in the past I've tried to play hero ball too much. He's very specifically, I think they're talking about the New York Jets game from a couple of years ago, which was one of the, since he became an elite quarterback, one of his worst games, because he was doing that to an extreme extent. And that's we talked about Dorsey and Brady and the coaching staff a little bit in the last segment. That's Dorsey's offense, and Allen felt like he had to lift the whole thing up. And that week 1 game, the day after week 1, they lost to the Jets. Nothing that could happen Sunday night, I don't think, will rate on the level that the reaction to that Jets loss had. Because it was Zach Wilson coming in for Rodgers. It was like the perfect storm of overreaction Monday, where Rodgers goes out so early and it's Zach Wilson. It's a punt return and touchdown, and your quarterback is just throwing the ball in these crazy places. He's jumping over people 8 yards away from the first down marker after his coach told him to be smart. Just craziness in that week 1 game. And he did not do that last year. He has not done that in really any other opener that I can think of, even before he became elite. 2019 Jets opener. There was a game-winning touchdown pass to John Brown at the end. And other than that, it was a pretty careful, calculated day, if I remember correctly. But that Jet game that I think he's referencing there, 29 of 41, 236 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions, and 2 fumbles. I mean, come on. He doesn't do that? Has he done that since? There's no way, right? 5 turnovers or 5 turnovers in a single game? I can't imagine that he's done that since then. 803-0550 is the phone number. Got into the coaching staff a little bit on the last segment. Mike Florio talking about, if the Bills don't win this year, McDermott's got to be on the hot seat. I don't believe that that'll be the case, even if they were to miss the playoffs, maybe. But I don't think that's possible. And anything beyond that, I don't think there's a hot seat conversation. TJ in Toronto on the coaching question. What's up, TJ?
Yeah, I want to talk about the coaching. I think McDermott is not a bad coach during the season, but when it comes to the playoff, he's not. He's not a playoff coach, okay? And it seems like the Bills organization is just depending on mediocrity. Just like Mike Tomlin, he's like a loyalty coach. He's been there so long, so you're going to keep him. McDermott will have to go if they don't make the playoff. They may make the playoff, maybe. But if they don't go to the promised land, they should can him. He should move on and get somebody else. They should clean house from top to bottom and start all over. Every year, after year, after year, after year, after year. How long are you going to wait? How long are you going to wait?
Well,
Buffalo organization. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, DJ. They're not cleaning house after a year. If they ever made changes, clean house, I can't imagine would also be what they do, where everybody goes. At the end there, they ask, like, how long are they going to wait? And that is something that I've always been curious about, is not, screaming and yelling, they got to fire him now, they lost to the Chiefs again, time to move on. But I definitely wonder if they would get Allen's whole career without winning one. And if it is a complete, pass. You keep going. If you're winning divisions and you're winning 10+ games a year in the regular season, that's good enough. That's good enough to keep going forever. For now, it being good enough, I think is fair. I think is fine. But the forever part is where I get a little uncomfortable with that. And it really just comes down to the quarterback, though. I think that's the only part of it that really matters. Is if you wanted that to happen, if you want them to move on from the coach someday, or you want them to move on from the GM someday because they're not winning in the playoffs, then you're going to need Josh Allen to be, I think, the catalyst for that. He's got to want it and put action on it. Ask or demand it. And I just can't see Allen right now being the type of person that would do that. And I also have no indication, and we've not heard any indication ever, that I think would make you think he feels that way. Even if he did want to think, I could do this with a different coach. I might want to try this with a different coach. I don't think he would be the type to go for that. Not yet. You never know. Like, Brady got different at the end. Rodgers, like, some of these guys' personalities change a little bit as they get into their 30s. But at the moment, that's part of why I don't even really feel like entertaining it as a possibility. Florio says, a hot seat at the end if they lose again. Like, all right. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think them winning the Super Bowl is far more likely than any sort of real are they going to fire the coach conversation. Just don't think it's going to happen. Kieran in Toronto's next. Morning, Kieran.
Hey, morning. Yeah, I just wanted to build on that and just say, if the Bills don't make the Super Bowl this year, at least make the Super Bowl. I mean, McDermott's great, but, can we just maybe demote him to a defensive coordinator or give him some other role in the organization? I really like to see Josh when a Sean McVay kind of coach. And on top of that, I think just go all in on the offense. Get 2 alpha wide receivers, like with Cincinnati, Philly, Minnesota, what these guys have. And, just kind of patchwork the defense, with draft picks and guys like Bosa, like high upside signings. Next year, new stadium. I think if we don't make the Super Bowl, we got to ride this momentum and just kind of have a new vibe going into the new stadium next year.
And you're saying, wait, who do you want to be as defensive coordinator?
If McDermott can get demoted to defensive coordinator, someone take over the head coach.
Yeah, that's the part not going to happen. Not going to happen. No, McDermott's their head coach, and he's going to be for a long time, I think, still. And if there was a day where they ever were going to move on from him, they're not demoting him. Teams don't do that. The new head coach wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want the old head coach, especially a guy by that point, McDermott might be the winningest head coach in team history. You're going to want him on your staff below you. So, no. Listen, the playoff point, defense in the playoffs, all of that I think is fair to criticize. And that's why, when we talk about the defense for what they'll do Sunday and the regular season, getting the defense to be good enough to get the 1 seed's important. But there's always going to be that but. They could be the 3rd best defense in the league this year, and the secondary could look good, and there's still going to be a little bit of nervous tension of, is this going to hold up when I go play the Ravens, when I go play the Chiefs, when I go play the Bengals in the big playoff games? More so the Bengals and Chiefs, because they've managed against the Ravens. One more call before the break. Jay in Rochester is next up. What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm on the one extreme of this, man. I really think Sean McDermott has proven that he's a failure. He's not going to win a Super Bowl. When I say a failure, I mean by winning a Super Bowl. The guy crumbles under pressure. He should have been fired after 13 seconds. I also believe this should be Brandon Beane's last swing at it. I mean, how many times are you going to give guys the opportunity to win a championship? And if you don't win a championship, that's all that matters. I lived through 4 straight Super Bowl losses, my friends. Winning a division and getting to the AFC Championship game is not an accomplishment. A Super Bowl championship is really all that matters. There is no tomorrow. Brandon Beane refuses to go all in any season to get a championship. And I'll give you a little secret here. I have as many Super Bowl titles as Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane. It's time to move on. Josh Allen was the only reason why we're winning the way we are.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jay, for the call. I do not agree that because Sean McDermott has not won a Super Bowl yet, that means he can't win a Super Bowl. If he goes his whole career and does not win a Super Bowl with this quarterback, and you want to call it a failure, I'm into that. Honestly. But that's so far in the future. I do not believe that he is incapable, but there are definitely things in playoff games I would like to see from his defenses to get there. But to assume that won't happen, I'm not at that point. He did look. He's figured out the Ravens twice in playoff games. Right? Like last year, could you even call it like a great job? Because no, they statistically at the end it didn't look great. It didn't look pretty. Lamar picked them apart. But did he feel like that's the only path I got? I've got to force a couple mistakes early. I've got to let him throw all over us. I'm going to take Derrick Henry away, in part because I just don't have the players for this. Rasul Douglas at an advanced age, and I don't have a defensive line that's going to get after Jackson. I got Epinesa in there all the time, and Milano has just come back, and it's, the safeties not being what they used to be. He might have felt like that was his only way to do it, and it happened. But it's more for me than just the playoffs. It's just the Chiefs. I'm not convinced McDermott he just can't perform in the playoffs. As much as I am, he's just never going to have the Chiefs figured out. That would be my bigger concern right now than just anything that happens in the postseason. And if they run and do, and that's why I think he could win it. There could be a year they don't see the Chiefs. And then I'm going to feel like, here we go. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought on this. It's the NFL season opener tonight. NFL.com just tweeted out a graphic of a player from each team walking down the Golden Gate Bridge, which is where the Super Bowl is this year in San Francisco. A couple of weird ones here. Jordan Mailata is the Eagles player, not Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley or A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith or... Like, everyone else is like, it's the court. It's Allen. It's Jaden Daniels, Burrow, Mahomes, Justin Herbert. Like, a lot of them are the quarterbacks of the star players. And then the Eagles guys, like, is that the tackle? The guard they have out there? Time out here. More of your phone calls after this on WGR. All right, quick segment. Take a timeout. We'll come back, take more of your phone calls, get into the 9 o'clock hour. We have our Thursday night 4-leg parlay coming up as well, as we will every Thursday. We should also keep record this year of how we're all doing, because I feel like last year I didn't have a single mistake. But we also didn't win our parlays, and it is a team sport when you're doing parlays. What do I like tonight? I don't know if you guys are like this in fantasy, and for me, I'll include the betting part of it here. I try not to be too all in on one thing. And if I am, I'll even protect myself against, like, I'm in enough leagues where if I have Jordan Mason's one of my most picked players, because I just think he's going to take over that Vikings backfield, and that's a great coach for that. It's a great offense for that. And I have him most of the places. 1 or 2 places, I'll draft Aaron Jones. Protect myself in case I'm just dead wrong. Jordan Mason's going to be a backup all year. That's how I am right now with Dak Prescott. Everywhere I'm buying him and drafting him because they're going to be playing catch-up all year long. But shouldn't I be protecting myself against what? Him getting injured again, right? I mean, he's going to go out there tonight against the Eagles, and he could get battered around and beaten up. But I've been thinking he's going to throw for like 5,000 yards. If he doesn't, I'm going to have a really bad fantasy season and betting season. Although I just have him for MVP, which isn't going to happen anyway. They're going to win enough games. So that's the Cowboys tonight. I think everybody's right. We're all rooting for the Cowboys to just get smoked. It's not like no one really likes the Eagles, but whatever. The Cowboys, everyone would love to see them get dunked on. When we come back, more of your phone calls. We'll get to our Thursday night parlay as well. And we will keep talking about Bills and Ravens coming up. Sal Capaccio is going to join the show coming up next. So in the next segment, a lot on injuries, the whole roster maneuvering with Gabe Davis and Jordan Poyer. We'll get into that with Sal and plenty more. Coming up here on Jeremy and Joe, this is WGR. If Kincaid doesn't do it this year, it's going to feel like, all right, this is what he is. This is 3 years now of him in this offense and playing with this quarterback. And if it's still not really happening, then it's going to feel like, am I even bringing this guy back for a second contract? Is it a failed pick? And that could even be with him being a player that's somewhat helpful. If he's a 600-yard tight end that's a piece of the offense, but he's just not really that never really scares off defenses, never really looks all that threatening. That's kind of always been the thing for him with me is the plays never really look that threatening. I think there's a lot of good numbers, though, like Joe Marino's brought up about his efficiency rate and yak numbers that are pretty good, and Allen missing him a lot last year that might point to there is more in there, but still don't just ever, it never looks, it's not George Kittle with the football.
No,
where
he's a very different player, yeah.
Very different player. Down the field stuff too, just give me a little of that. Give me some belief that there is an upper echelon tight end in there. Because so far, I'm not really seeing it, and you're into your third year. It's time to see it now, or you're probably never going to. The morning of the NFL season opener. We got Eagles and Cowboys a little bit later on tonight, just after 8 o'clock, which we will have right here on WGR. The game's being televised on NBC. Eagles a big favorite going into tonight. The Bills had their first practice of the week yesterday, getting ready for the Baltimore Ravens on their first injury report of the season. Couple of players that were limited, and Tre'Davious White was a non-participant, so they did not have White, who is listed as having a groin injury. Also limited at the same position, cornerback Christian Benford. Good news, though, that he was back on the field at all. Limited with a groin injury as well. Same injury, same designation for Keon Coleman. And then Tyler Bass was limited with a left hip/groin injury as well. Good news on Khalil Shakir. He was a full participant. He had been battling that ankle injury. Bills and Ravens coming up on Sunday. The Barnes Firm injury report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. On the Ravens injury report yesterday, Jair Alexander returned to the field for the first time in over a month as a limited participant with a knee injury. Tight end Isaiah Likely and fullback Pat Ricard were not out there for the Ravens. Elsewhere around the NFL, Matthew Stafford not listed on his team's injury report going into week 1. He's been battling a back injury for much of the offseason. Texans starting receiver Christian Kirk, a non-participant, looks very questionable whether he'll play coming up on Sunday. Travis Hunter also been dealing with an injury in Jacksonville. He's good to go, not listed on their first injury report of the week. U.S. Open tennis, Jannik Sinner advances to the semifinals with a win yesterday. And the women's side, this morning, Jessie Pegula versus Arnia Sabalenka will be later on at 7 p.m. Naomi Osaka will play in the other semifinal just after that at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Okay, I just discovered something right before we came back from break. Sal Capaccio joins the show now on the Westher Hotline. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. So, good morning, Sal, by the way.
I'm waiting with bated breath on what you discovered. This is it's a great tease. I love it. Well, good morning to you, by the way.
So I saw on Kevin Oestreicher, who we had on yesterday, Locked On Ravens, a couple other Ravens people that I follow, were reacting to the title, whatever was, Lamar snubbed again. And I'm looking like, snubbed in what? What was he snubbed on September 4th? I'm like looking around like, what's happening today that would have been that? And I think what I found it to be is this NFL Network graphic of, I don't know if you've seen it, Sal, of like, this is like every year, right? Like all the players, one of every team, like walking towards, like in this one, it's the Golden Gate Bridge, and the Lombardi Trophy is on the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge. That. And I guess Lamar Jackson is not the Ravens player in the image, which, is that the snub they're talking about? I don't know. Falele is the player in there for the Ravens, which is a bold choice.
That is weird. I got to be honest with you.
There's two.
I would feel it was weird. I mean, wait. What if the same graphic existed? I saw the graphic because I think Tom Pelissero tweeted it out this morning.
Yeah, he did. Yes. Yep.
And what if it wasn't Josh Allen, which it is for the Bills, and instead it was David Edwards or Osiris Torrance? Because literally that's exactly what it would be like.
I think you might have a few Bills fans that would be like, hey, what the hell? What's going on? I mean, I texted my brother about that graphic because the player at the front, or I guess in the back, is Jordan Mailata, the Eagles guard or tackle. It's not Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley or A.J. Brown. It's Jordan Mailata. But like every other team went with their quarterback or their best player. So I don't know. Weird choice. But you want to give the O-lineman, I guess, some props somewhere.
I guess. I think that's right? I'm trying to think, is there anything in this graphic that would be like they have contracts with certain companies and they can't use the graphic. I'm like, no, it's not. There's nothing like that here. It doesn't look like that at all. It's just an NFL graphic. The road to Super Bowl for
what is it?
50-60 for 60 LX
60 LX.
Yeah, that's right. And then Levi's Stadium, 75 kilometers away. But, did you see this? They do not use miles. They use kilometers. What's going on here?
Yeah, wait a minute. Do they do that in San Francisco? Do they use?
No.
They don't use kilometers, right? That's very strange.
No.
Also, is there some significance to picking 75? It's not Super Bowl 75, so that's not why you would do that.
I'm reading, I'm looking at the graphic. It says 157 days till Super Bowl LX 60. And the first comment is someone, what a strange graphic. Where is Hurts? Right? That's exactly right.
This is the NFL Australia graphic. That's why Mailata's on there. And that's why it has kilometers.
Thank you. But that wasn't...
We had no idea. Thank you. But Tom Pelissero tweeted it out as if it was just the regular NFL graphic.
The regular one...
There was no context to what, who's, where it came from.
The regular one has them all walking towards Levi Stadium, where you see Levi Stadium. Barkley is the centerpiece. Allen's up there. Burrow's up there. Mahomes, Jackson, Watt, Purdy.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Josh. I feel like Tom Pelissero, though, also does not know that that's the NFL Australia one.
Or he does, and he just doesn't care, and he wants everybody to. Yeah. He wants everybody to get in the comments a little bit.
Wants to stir it up a little bit here on the morning of the season. So we'll get to a lot on the Bills at practice and injury reports and what the Ravens have going on, as well as Sal joins here with just a couple days to go until the season opener for the Bills and the season opener in the NFL tonight. So let's start with some roster mechanics and management, though, because people might have been confused when they saw that Jordan Poyer was getting waived yesterday. But explain basically what's going on between Poyer, Gabe Davis. There's a lot of practice squad intricacies here, it feels like.
Yeah, speaking of comments, Joe. Open up the comments on this because the Dolphins fans are in their comments about this with the Bills because they have no idea. And that's okay. I wouldn't expect them to know. I wouldn't expect tons of Dolphins fans to follow me or other reporters in Buffalo. But the comments are really funny when you see them and then you actually know what happened, okay? So here's the deal, everybody, just so everybody's very clear on this, okay? The Bills signed Jordan Poyer to the practice squad. We know that last week. There is a rule in the NFL that you can only have a certain number of veteran practice squad guys. I think it's 5, whatever. Okay, certain guys that have been in the league a certain amount of years can be on your practice squad. The Bills also signed Gabe Davis to the practice squad. Well, because then by signing Gabe Davis, they would be over that number. They had to release somebody from the practice squad. That's Jordan Poyer. However, only releasing him, Joe, I'm not kidding, literally for 2 minutes. 3:59 p.m. yesterday, Jordan is released. They sign Gabe. But then Gabe goes on practice squad injured. So he's no longer actually counting on the practice squad. He's on the injured list. That opens the spot back up for Jordan Poyer literally 2 minutes later to re-sign to the practice squad. It was a paper procedural transaction to simply allow Gabe to come on for 2 minutes. And then because 4 o'clock, by the way, why 3:59, 4:01? 4 p.m. is when the league business ends each day, right? You know that from transactions and things you've seen in the past.
Yep.
So at 3:59 p.m. yesterday, Wednesday, they had to make the move by then to get Gabe on. Once he's on, at 4 p.m., they can put Gabe on injured, and then they can re-sign Jordan at 4:01 p.m. Does that make sense?
That does.
So now Jordan Poyer is back. He signed yesterday. He's back. Jordan Poyer is back on the practice squad. But you're not going to see that move until today's wire. So yesterday, the yesterday transaction wire is the one thing they did, which is Jordan Poyer's gone and Gabe Davis is back. And oh my God, even though I put it out there that was going to happen, I'm telling you, it's so funny. Reading the Dolphins fans and their comments was just really funny last night because they had no idea. And, oh, my God, the Hard Knocks. He said he wanted to be in Buffalo and he keeps receipts. All the LOLs, right? Well, no, he's already back. So now Gabe Davis goes on the practice squad injured list.
Yep.
So nothing really changes. At the end of the day, the only thing that truly happened was Gabe Davis was added to the Bills practice squad /injured. And what that means is very important, Joe, by the way. Gabe Davis has to sit. He cannot play for 4 games, and he cannot practice with the team through that first 4 weeks and 4 games. He is a practice squad injured player, just like an injured reserve player in that regard. So he cannot practice or play for at least 4 games. Once that is over and he's healthy, then the Bills will have to make a decision about practice squad and 53 and all that. But that's down the road. Mm-hmm. And Gabe Davis, in the meantime, is a free agent because he's a practice squad player. Any team could still sign him and put him on their 53. I don't anticipate that happening, but it is just notable that is possible.
Okay, right. It's not any different because he's a veteran. Like if the Steelers, if he got healthy and in a month the Steelers called him and said, you want to be on the active roster, they would have the opportunity to do
Joe,
it.
they could call him now and do it.
Okay, interesting.
They wouldn't have to wait a month. You know what I mean? Like if they called him and said, we'll put you on the 53 and we'll just wait it out with your health, they could do that too. And he would have to agree, obviously. He's a free agent. But, you know, that's just something that's a possibility. But in the meantime, Jordan Poyer is back in the practice squad. It was just a paper transaction yesterday. So if you saw that come across that he was waived, that's all it was, because Jordan, to make room, and he's being a good teammate and a good, loyal person to the Bills, saying, yeah, I'll do that. No problem. I'll literally be waived and goes re-sign a piece of paper 2 minutes later to come back on. Gabe Davis is now on the practice squad in the injured list, and he will have to miss 4 games before he can start practicing with the team.
Okay. Not one more on Gabe, not to spend the whole time on Davis here, but when McDermott was asked about him yesterday, did he sound to you, I forget his exact phrasing, but did he sound to you like the plan is for him to eventually be on the field, like at some point later in the season, mostly?
I think that the expectation is for when he's healthy, he could help this team. Let's put it that way, right? Like that's possible. It's a tough spot because I just think that even the coaching staff probably thinking, hey, we don't know what's going to happen once he gets healthy. We don't know where our guys will be, who's going to be playing what role. But I've always felt, Joe, that if you're going to bring Gabe Davis in here, it's not for him to sit on the practice squad all year, right? I just don't think that's the plan for a guy like Gabe Davis, who's 26, who's been with your organization, who's had some of the biggest, one of the biggest games in playoff history, and he's still young. Like I said, I just never felt that would be the plan for him to just sit on the practice squad all year. So we'll see where it goes at the end of the day. One more roster mechanics here that I want to go over for everybody. I keep getting asked, Joe, why is Dwayne Carter not on IR yet, and who are they signing? Because once he goes on IR, they'll have a spot open. They could put him on IR right now, tomorrow, whatever, okay? And that would open a spot on the 53. Don't be surprised if they don't put him on injured reserve until after the game on Sunday. You say, why would you do that? Well, because, as we've talked about, Joe, all vested veterans, guys who are in the league 4 years or more, if they're on the week 1 roster, their salaries are guaranteed. So let's just say the Bills put Dwayne Carter on IR today, and then they sign, let's say, Jordan Phillips to the 53. Yeah. Come Sunday, Jordan Phillips' salary is guaranteed. Well, listen, you got to think about all the financials that go along with salary cap and cash and all that. So since you're just going to have guys inactive anyway, they might just want to wait until next week to do that, so that way they don't have to guarantee another salary.
Gotcha. Sal Capaccio on the West Her hotline. Let's get to the Barnes Firm Injury Report, Sal, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. So let's start with Tre'Davious White and the Bills report. He was not on the field. I don't know if we got didn't really feel like we got any further indication on who would play in his stead on Sunday if he can't, but what did they sound like? And it's not really surprising, right, that White still wouldn't be ready to come back?
Right. I don't know if he'll practice today. Sean McDermott did not rule him out for Sunday. I'm sorry. He did not rule him out for Sunday. That was very key. He said that, the Tre'Davious White wasn't going to practice. He didn't practice. And then we knew that Christian Benford would be limited. He was out there. We also learned they're both dealing with groin injuries. That's exactly what it was. And then we find out that Keon Coleman pops up on the injury report with a groin injury, and he was limited. We can talk about that in a minute. But as far as Tre'Davious is concerned, we don't know who would start in his place if he isn't able to go. Sean McDermott was asked about both Jamarcus Ingram and Dorian Strong. He said they'll be ready, meaning, hey, if one of them has to get called upon, they'll be ready. I've gone back and forth on this. I think it could go either way. I've always said I find it tough to believe the Bills would put Dorian Strong, a 6th-round rookie, in this type of environment right away on the field against Lamar Jackson and Sunday Night Football. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I think they do like Dorian Strong. But the other part is you might want to do that because then Jamarcus Ingram can actually be freed up to do the other roles he has on a team instead of pigeonholing him and saying, hey, you have to do this. Now he can prepare to be the dime safety and a nickel back and go in a pinch for somebody. Whereas Dorian Strong, you could say, hey, this is your one job all week. Just go play this spot, this corner, go do your job. And that might be a little easier to put on the rookie.
Yeah. It's funny because they did once start a 6th-round rookie in week
That's
1.
correct.
It was Christian Benford, but I don't remember, maybe you do, if he was having just like a very, very good training camp and there was a buildup to Benford playing versus Strong, who I'm not sitting here saying he's had a bad camp, but it's just not somebody we've been in here talking much about.
No, that's right. And thinking about if he has to play, like, Chopin Bulldog asked me yesterday, what have you seen from him? Mm-hmm. What kind of game does he offer? His name is Strong, and no pun intended, he is a strong physical guy. That's what he is. And even Jamarcus Ingram asked him yesterday, what have you seen from Dorian? And he said, well, his last name is Strong, and he's strong, and he does play physical. That's his game. He's long, Joe. Like, if you look at him, like, he looks like an NFL corner, he has that kind of body build. And I always said, too, like, Dorian Strong's dad is a professional bodybuilder and was a professional weightlifter.
I don't know if he's... So when you say strong, he's strong.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. And so the man knows his way around a weight room, right? I mean, like, he'll understand like how to be physical and play at that type of level. So I think you're getting that from him if he has to play, but he is a rookie, and you might have to live with some growing pains there, no matter when that is, whether he plays on Sunday or any other time.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. So Keon Coleman popped up on the report. Was there any indication of it before? Is this one of those that could have been during practice?
Okay, so it could have been. I would tell you from my perspective, just from my observation, Keon Coleman was out there yesterday. He was practicing, and then I saw him afterwards in the field house walking around, walking in the locker room, talking with people. I never saw him with a trainer. So my assumption is, my guess is, this is just something that might have been bothering him or lingering that they backed off on him yesterday. That's my assumption. Gotcha. But I don't know. It could have been something because what happens now, and the reason I say that, folks, is as opposed to preseason, in the regular season, we cannot watch all of practice, right? So is it possible that during practice, while the media wasn't there, that something happened and he had to go see trainers and he took some reps off and they were, yes, there's totally possible. I just know that when we went back out as a media and the players came back in from practice, Keon Coleman was with everybody and just kind of walking through the field house and then walking in the locker room when I was in there. So that's all I saw from that. And so I'm not going to make an assumption here that he wasn't that something didn't happen. I'm just going to say that there's nothing that I saw from that regard.
Anything else in the report we're talking about here? Shakir and Bass both being on it, limited and full?
In Bass, it's concerning because he's been dealing with the pelvic injury and he's still limited, but they haven't signed a kicker. They did work some guys out last week, so I guess that's really good news and trending right. Very good news for Khalil Shakir. Someone asked me yesterday, why did Sean McDermott say Khalil Shakir is limited when he was full? Well, this happens a lot, as you remember, throughout the weeks last year. So Sean meets with us before practice, and I'm sure the information he got from trainers was, hey, we're going to have Khalil limited this, today and all that. Okay, he tells the media. And then Khalil probably, before going out to practice, talks with people and they feel, you know what, you're pretty good. You can go out there and do everything today. And that's how that works. So, there's no doubt that, something can change in the hour and a half that he gets the information in the morning by the time the guys get out on the field exactly what's going to happen. So, that's what happened there. And then I would say, again, the reason Dwayne Carter is on the injury report is because he is still officially on the active roster, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's still on the active roster through Sunday. They could put him on IR. That's fine. I'm just telling everybody that it might not happen either.
Okay. Would that be what do you think would be happening there? It would maybe the original report about a torn Achilles not be fully correct potentially? Like, would there be any reason, I guess,
no.
roster-wise,
Like,
why they wouldn't want to put him on IR? Yeah,
I just explained a little while ago because the reason why is
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying no, he's out for the year. Like that's going to happen, Joe. I'm just saying like it might not happen this week.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, but that's why. But because he's not on IR, they have to list him on the report.
Right. For the Ravens side of things, Sal, Jair Alexander was limited. He hadn't practiced in like over a month. And then Isaiah Likely and Pat Ricard not there. And I mentioned this with you a little bit yesterday. I really do feel like if Likely and Ricard can't go on Sunday, that the Ravens, like some of the stuff I don't even know if they have a backup fullback. Like, I wonder how much that they do offensively they just won't even have available to them on Sunday if those guys can't play.
Yeah, I agree that this is a really, really big blow to them if they don't have both these guys. Because we talk a lot about a likely in the passing game, and of course he's a big part of that. But really the running game, he is a big, big part of it. And then, Joe, you remember last year how the game started in Baltimore, obviously, right, with the long run from Derrick Henry. Who had the big wham block on Ed Oliver? It was Patrick Ricard. I believe it was, right? He was on the field, and I think he's the one that came across the formation. But either way, this is a really big part of their run game as well. When they have Patrick Ricard and they go with a heavy formation, they can put Likely and Ricard on the field, and Likely can do everything. He can catch, he can block. He's a big part of what they do. Isaiah Likely's not going to play, right? I mean, that's been the report, and I would anticipate that being the case. He's been dealing with a foot injury, broke his foot a while ago, so he's not going to play. Ricard, we now know, by the way, is dealing with a calf injury. Much like Christian Benford and Tre'Davious White, the Bills didn't reveal the exact nature of the injury, but now teams have to put the exact nature of the injury on. John Harbaugh had said it's a soft tissue injury. Now we know it's a calf injury. He has not practiced since, I think, August 14th. So that's not trending well for him to be able to be out there. Today's a big day for all these guys. It's a big day for Tre'Davious White. It's a big day for Patrick Ricard. We'll see if he's out there. I would say, yeah. The other part about this, Joe, is I think with or without Patrick Ricard, it really kind of dictates how the Bills play the Ravens. Now, they could still go, and I guess they do have somebody in their practice squad who, they could call up and be a fullback and play that role. But I think that limits what they want to do as far as how often they want to run heavy personnel and 12 and 22 and, two running backs, with counting him, and 2 tight ends. And that would mitigate how much the Bills go, or at least dictate how much the Bills run a base defense, maybe how much the Bills run nickel, right? So I think all of that is just such a big part of this strategy and what's going on here. And then you have Jair Alexander, who did return to practice with the knee injury, but yesterday was Jair Alexander's first day of practice, I think, since August 4th. Like, literally, he was out a month, I believe. So even if he plays Sunday, I'm wondering, if you're a Ravens fan or reporter and you're thinking, okay, what is he going to be if he plays on Sunday?
And he got there late, so there would have been no spring work or anything, right? For him, OTAs and minicamp.
Yeah, pretty much, that's right.
Because he got there in July. All right, Sal. The game tonight, you got a vested interest, and I feel like, did you watch Monday with North Carolina and Belichick? Were you watching it on that?
Oh, I was watching, baby. I was reveling in it.
Yeah, I feel like tonight, if the Cowboys are getting just beat, I think that you might get similar reactions from people on social. Everyone just same thing, reveling in Jerry Jones just getting embarrassed to start the season.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. The Eagles are pretty heavy favorites tonight. I think they should take care of business tonight. I mean, I just don't know what the Cowboys' plan is this year. Are they trying to not be that good? And I don't mean by intentionally. Are they okay with I hate the tank talk because I really don't think teams generally try to lose, right? The players aren't trying to lose. Mm-hmm. But I do think sometimes organizations say, hey, we know we're not going to be that good and we're okay with it because we're okay with getting a high pick. Are they in that boat or are they trying to win? I don't know what they are. I know the Eagles have a really good roster, and they're the Super Bowl champions, defending Super Bowl champions, and I think that they're going to take care of business tonight.
Also, I saw this earlier. If the Eagles win tonight, they will be 500 in their history. They will get to 500 for their all-time. The Bills, by the way,
all-time regular season history.
Yep. The Bills, by the way, they're below 500. They're 19 games below 500. I was looking at this, 486 and 505. So they should get there in I don't know how long will it take them to make that up. 2 years, 3 years. They'll get that.
What is their record now?
The Bills are all-time 486 and 505. They'll get to 500 with Allen at quarterback.
Yeah, with Allen at quarterback, it might take a few years. You're right. I mean, if you win, let's say if you win 12 games this year, let's just say you get to 498 and 5? That would be 510.
Yep. Within 2 more years. Yeah. They'll get there. Thank you, Sal, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, hey, I'm going to be out at Northtown Kia today, so come on out. If everybody wants to come out, I'll be out at Northtown Kia. That is on Sheridan Drive, and of course, we are going to be doing the Extra Point show from out there today. I will be, so come on out, say hi. Paula's Donuts while supplies last. We got some WGR swag as well. So 10 to 12, Northtown Kia. Come on out, say hi. I'm going to be doing the Extra Point show live from there.
Awesome. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. If you've been hanging on hold through Sal there, we'll get to you when we come back, and we'll get our Thursday parlay in the 9 o'clock hour. That's coming up. Yeah, maybe work some trivia out of this. I've got the all-time records for every team in the league, because the Eagles, this is a little surprising to me, because the Eagles they've been good my whole lifetime, but for their history, they are one game below 500. They've not been 500 as a team since 1933. And if they win tonight, they'll be, 639 and 639. 803-0550, the phone number. If you want to we were talking about the coaches a lot earlier, and McDermott, and, how long does he get? They don't win a Super Bowl. Not that we were really planning on talking about that this morning. It just kind of happened. You want in on it? Feel free. Jody Biasi, Jeremy White, this is WGR. If Kincaid doesn't do it this year, it's going to feel like, all right, this is what he is. This is 3 years now of him in this offense and playing with this quarterback. And if it's still not really happening, then it's going to feel like, am I even bringing this guy back for a second contract? Is it a failed pick? And that could even be with him being a player that's somewhat helpful. If he's a 600-yard tight end, that's a piece of the offense, but he's just not really that never really scares off defenses, never really looks all that threatening. That's kind of always been the thing for him with me, is the plays never really look that threatening. I think there's a lot of good numbers, though, like Joe Marino's brought up about his efficiency rate and yak numbers that are pretty good, and Allen missing him a lot last year that might point to there is more in there, but still it never looks, it's not George Kittle with the football. He's
a very different player. Yeah.
Very different player. Down the field stuff too, just give me a little of that. Give me some belief that there is an upper echelon tight end in there. Because so far, I'm not really seeing it, and you're into your third year. It's time to see it now, or you're probably never going to. Eagles and Cowboys a little bit later on tonight, just after 8 o'clock, which we will have right here on WGR. The game's being televised on NBC. Eagles a big favorite going into tonight. The Bills had their first practice of the week yesterday, getting ready for the Baltimore Ravens on their first injury report of the season. Couple of players that were limited, and Tre'Davious White was a non-participant, so they did not have White, who is listed as having a groin injury. Also limited at the same position, cornerback Christian Benford. Good news, though, that he was back on the field at all. Limited with a groin injury as well. Same injury, same designation for Keon Coleman. And then Tyler Bass was limited with a left hip/groin injury as well. Good news on Khalil Shakir. He was a full participant. He had been battling that ankle injury. Bills and Ravens coming up on Sunday. The Barnes Firm injury report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. On the Ravens injury report yesterday, Jair Alexander returned to the field for the first time in over a month as a limited participant with a knee injury. Tight end Isaiah Likely and fullback Pat Ricard were not out there for the Ravens. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, I would say it's somewhat unusual that their last game was us. For us, they were our second to last game, and so the data, it really hasn't changed much. And you don't know every year when you open the unknowns, what plays they may have put in, what plays maybe we put in, and personnel has changed a little bit. They're a strong team. They've seemed to add every year to their core, which has been very talented and full of playmakers and guys that create issues. They've done a good job with their draft, I think, year to year, and added some help from a veteran standpoint. They do a really good job as far as building the roster. They're well coached. It'll be a big challenge for us.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott on the Ravens. Giant storm just blew in. A giant, I'm putting it a little strong. But got really dark very quickly here in the North Towns, and the rain's coming down. I thought I heard thunder. There's debate here in the studio whether we heard thunder or whether it was from one of the ads or whatnot. I still think it was thunder. Josh, do you disagree?
It'd have to be pretty loud thunder. We have soundproof rooms, Well,
soundproof-ish.
I guess if it's loud enough, you could probably hear it pretty well.
Yeah, we would, if lightning struck, just off in the field past this building, I think you would hear it very, very easily.
Yeah, because it's right there.
Yeah.
We hear the rain hit the window sometimes too, so it could have been thunder.
Do you guys have one of these apps where you get the notification of, hey, lightning was just detected in your area?
Yep, and it says seek shelter or something like that.
Mine doesn't say seek shelter. Maybe it probably should. Maybe it assumes that it knows that should be seeking shelter. Not sure. We'll get to the phones in a second here. We got some drops, some buzz around the league, stuff that's being released right before the start of the season here. As Jeremy returns here, as Schefter just tweeted that the Eagles tried to get Micah Parsons from the Cowboys. Because, of course, they did. And what's the other one here? Anthony Richardson and the Colts have talked about a trade. That one,
okay.
He's a backup at this point anyway.
Howdy, I'm back.
He's back. Let's go to...
It was raining.
It was, yeah. Did you... Was there lightning? We were debating whether we heard lightning.
We heard thunder.
We heard thunder.
I just walked the kids to school for day one of school. Wanted to just be a part of that. So.
And you got rained on the first day walk?
On the way home.
You on the way home. Okay, so that's
great timing. Everything's fine.
Good.
Things went well, but yeah, rain on the way home. Hard rain. So
would you say you're soaked?
I am currently soaked. I would say this is 20. How many years have I been on? This is the wettest I've ever been while doing the show.
Wow, really?
Yes. It's inside, Joe, and sometimes
there was never, I don't know, when the Sabres were in the playoffs, some dunk tank feature or something.
It's a good thought. No, this is it. This is it right here. My current degree of, it was raining so hard, one of those ones where you take your phone out of your pocket to kind of hold it away from potential wet pockets scenarios. Like I've had.
But where are you putting it? You're holding it in the rain.
Holding it like in your hand or like almost under your shirt or into a safer pocket. Yeah, I mean,
you're creating a human umbrella for your phone.
In addition to an actual umbrella, was prepared, had an actual umbrella, and I'm still soaked.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was holding the, for me, for my wife, on the walk. But yeah, nice little tradition there. The first day of school, the walk to school. We had a lot of people in our neighborhood that walk to school. So it's busy day.
But did they buy in? They're excited.
I think so. We'll see how it goes at the end of the day. But yeah, no waterworks, no tears, nothing like that. Things were
good.
Have to go back and study the tape, but got out of it clean report.
Nice. James been waiting patiently on hold. Actually, on earlier McDermott conversation. Let's go to James here from Buffalo. What's up, James?
Hey, how you doing, guys? A hot take that is coming from a caller quite a bit ago, but I also agree with him. Unfortunately, after watching Soft Knocks, this Ted Lasso team that we've got, which I do love the fact that they are top-notch. I haven't seen a team so solidified and so together since those early 90s Bills that I watched lose 4 Super Bowls. And I unfortunately believe that McDermott is not going to be the coach to bring them to a Super Bowl. I don't know what you guys feel about that.
Why?
But I just don't. I after these last few years, 4 or 5 years of just not being able to get the job done with I believe top tier players. Why is it that he can't get the job done? Is it because of 13 seconds? Last year playing the Ravens beat themselves. They should have beat us. We did not win that game. The Ravens lost. And, that I forget who it was, falling backwards into the end zone. He makes that catch, that's it. The game's over.
Actually, the game
is tied. It would have been tied.
It makes that catch, the game's tied, and the Bills have the ball.
Well, we'll see.
No, that's literally what would have happened. Like it's not an opinion. That's what would have happened.
History's proven that you end up losing. We end up losing.
Thanks, James, for the call.
I mean, they would have had the ball. I don't know if they would have scored. Maybe not.
They were favored. They were favored by the win probability for them if they had scored would have probably been 70%, because that's about what it was when they were going for the 2-point conversion.
Well,
I don't know.
The last couple times when they need a score to win and the game is tied, I'd like to know the numbers on that versus when they need a score to win. Because, of course, their last 2 playoff losses, they've needed a score to win or tie and haven't gotten either one. And the only thing, I find this, whatever, when I was last on, I left for an hour to take the kids to the first day of school. At 7 o'clock, I thought we had a really good conversation about McDermott and what actually would change. Here's my next question about this. It's another thing I wanted to get to today. Why is it, and again, not a guy on the radio saying they should fire one of them today. Why is it's only McDermott that is talked about as he's not going to get him there and not the other primary person in charge?
All right.
The GM. Why does everybody go McDermott and not Bean? I think I know the answer. One of them is directly tied to Allen, right? Bean took Allen. And McDermott is the defensive guy that doesn't get much credit for Allen.
Yeah.
Doesn't McDermott get next to no credit for what Josh Allen has become?
It's very little.
It's the coordinators. It's Allen himself. I feel like people.
Yeah.
There are people. I shouldn't say people don't, but there are a lot of people that would say, like the conversation started with Mike Florio saying, move on from McDermott, hire an offensive coach. Why? Because you need someone to make Allen even better. I think the team feels like he's pretty darn good, and that side's not the problem. So, I don't know. I'm kind of rambling here, but it is curious to me that there are 2 people at the top, and only one of them ever gets tied to it's not good enough. They're not going to get it over the line.
Well,
the idea that the Bills keep losing with top-tier players, I don't know. They have one top-tier player. One.
They have one.
And they have a couple of really nice high-level players. But they have 2 top-tier players if I give you Milano in his prime, and we'll see if he can get back to that. But they don't have this glut of top-tier players.
No, they do not.
Does Baltimore?
Yeah, more so.
They might have more.
They have more.
Does Kansas City have more? Does Philadelphia have more? Definitely, right?
Well, the other reason is 13 seconds.
For sure.
Directly. Like, the other reason that I think McDermott gets more than Bean, I wonder if they lose that game in some other fashion. You know, they just lose the way maybe they've lost the last two. Is it sound any different? Is the split different? Because that one, it's hard to really point blame at anybody else other than maybe other people on the coaching staff or maybe Levi Wallace. But it's hard to point to the GM on that one. But, like, last year, if you wanted to, like, you could point to, hey, what's one reason I lost? Kyer Elam had to play because that's the best I had at corner available to me. And I got toasted for it. I was one injury away from the failed first-round pick having to go in and play in the biggest game of the season. And there's other things you could point to around the roster defensively that you could make that case. But why does that not happen? Because I think McDermott gets the blame for 13 seconds from almost everybody.
Yep. Well, I'm just going to – it's my new thing I've kind of landed on, which is if you want McDermott fired because you think, like the caller does, I always like to ask who instead, and are you thinking they should go with a different defensive mind? Brian Flores? If the offense is not the problem, don't I want to fix the defense in a more drastic way? If that's what you think, wouldn't you want a more drastic approach to the defense and not someone that overhauls the offense, which has really never been a problem outside of a few games?
Well, no, I do, but you're expecting you're going to hire a new defensive coordinator who probably doesn't ever go anywhere because those guys, it depends. It depends how old the guy is. You know, maybe Bobby Babich becomes a head coach. But historically, I'm probably keeping the defensive coordinator more often than I'm keeping the offensive coordinator. So maybe Brian Flores is my defensive coordinator. Or someone like that. Whoever gets fired as a head, maybe if D'Amico Ryans gets fired.
And that's your way of making ultimately the change that you want on defense.
Right.
Is to just, sure. All right. It makes sense. Thanks to the caller. If Andrews catches that, we might have an entirely different storyline for the entire season. Right? But if Andrews catches that and the offense does not get a game-winning kick and then they lose in overtime, are we mad at the defense for giving up that drive? Or are we mad at the offense for not getting it done? It all depends. Like Joe Brady flat out says, the last 2 years we lost with a chance to win.
It might have been a real fight because the offense was so pedestrian in the second half, just a couple field goals and punts. But the defense, people would have wanted to blame you. What lead did you blow? You were up. What was the lead in that game?
It was 21-10, I believe.
21-10. Okay, I guess that's not, crazy. But you blew an 11-point lead at halftime. How'd you let them catch up? I think people could point to the defense. I would want to. I would want to say it's the offense.
I would have been ready for that fight. You can't blow a lead without your offense letting that team back in it, especially if you're like the top offense in the league. Like, you can't blow a lead unless the offense says, signs off on it to a point.
After going punt, field goal.
Yeah, but they did win.
They did win.
They did win.
803-0550 is the phone number. We have to get to our four-leg parlay, of course, for tonight as well. And we'll get to that. Some fantasy maybe too. Jeff, if you stay on hold, we'll get to you as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
You missed that. He said, at some point, Sean McDermott's seat's going to get hot if they don't get farther, if they don't get results, yada, yada, yada. And then he suggests the idea of an offensive coach. The owner's going to get impatient and want to hire an offensive coach, which is a conversation we have definitely had before, right? We've had it before.
Yep.
My question is this. Why would that be different? What would be different if the coach was an offensive coach? If you want to tell me, well, you wouldn't have to change coordinators every year. Okay, I would 100% understand that. That is undeniable. But what else would be different? Joe Brady's been the offensive coordinator now for 2.5 seasons. So it's not changed this year. It's not changed last year. If you're saying offensive coach, it's for what? It's for more of a focus on the offensive side of the ball? More weapons for that side of the ball? The GM kind of indicates that, he thinks they can do it the way that they're doing it. I don't know that he's wrong, but shouldn't the offensive coach narrative, what would it be for? Would that coach come in and say, I need a true wide receiver one? The entire organization seems to buy into the idea that you don't need that.
Yeah.
Or at least they're not necessarily keen on it. Like pushing back on the idea that high-profile weapons are important. It's a ton of belief in, if I have Josh, I'll be fine. And we've got callers saying that, and that's a lot of people that feel that way. I mean, I feel like I feel that way. I do want to add more, but what would an offensive coach do to make things really any different?
Well, at the moment, like when you have the guy in the building that's doing a good job, like Joe Brady, then I think the answer is nothing. Like, it's going well, and they're bought into this ideology that they have on offense, and it's working, so you just go with it. But what you'd be avoiding is 10 weeks of a season, or even if you want to go beyond that, where you have a coordinator in there that might not know what he's doing, and Ken Dorsey, where your offense didn't look great for half a season.
You're going to sure,
and that would not happen if you had a McVay, Andy Reid. You had a great offensive coach that you just know is never going anywhere.
It's like a little... No bathroom. You still stand in solidarity.
Married to it.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's upset about the commercials. I mean, it's an easy thing to kind of tweet about and post about, but I don't think anybody's turning it off because of commercials, and the NFL knows that.
Pat McAfee there with Scott Hansen on the announcement that Red Zone will have commercials. And there are a lot of takes on ESPN, but I don't think anyone's upset about the commercials. It's kind of a bad one. Joe,
Yeah.
people are upset about the commercials on Red Zone.
Yeah, I'm very man.
It is what it is.
It's better, I guess, after seeing the how they're going to do it specifically, which is that they're going to have a double box. Like they're going to keep the game action going a little bit, but it's still so much worse.
The double box is a problem though, because what the double box does, if you watch golf, golf especially on NBC, is the Ryder Cup on NBC, by the way?
Ooh, good question. I have no idea.
The Ryder Cup is on NBC. Okay, get ready. Get ready. NBC cuts out of live coverage important putts and puts a commercial on the screen. And
the box is tiny.
Yeah.
It's really small.
It's one of these things where it's like, oh, don't worry, we won't leave the game. We will still have the action, but there's a commercial on the side. But they do that more. I almost feel like they have license to do that even more. So
right.
Are
we going to be missing, when are they going to do it? Are we going to be missing hey, we've been in on this what's a game on Sunday? This Jets-Steelers game, and the Jets have 4th and goal at the 4, but it's time to take a break, so we're going to show that to you on this smaller box on the left.
Yeah.
While it's happening. Because that I hope they're smart about timing it at least. But I don't know. I don't know if they will, because like you said, golf isn't always perfect at that. And it's going to be tough. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in Red Zone all the time, but
I do feel like if they got a spot where all the games are at commercial, they could take a commercial. But
but how often does that happen?
Right, sure. Do they have an inventory to get to? Whatever. I do think people indeed are mad about it.
It stinks. It totally stinks.
Yep. All right.
I can't wait for Red Zone, though, that being said.
Red Zone?
Got to have Red Zone and then one other game going at the same time. Always.
I like it.
And we get Jets and Steelers.
I never looked at the 506 map.
I think I don't know what for the other channels, but I think we get that for Sunday.
Jets and Steelers, and then Packers-Lions is the late game.
Okay.
And the Fox single game we get is Giants and Commanders, which I think is unfortunate. Although the game you might want would be Cincinnati-Cleveland just to see Burrow and the passing attack. But Giants-Washington, we'll see. That's coming your way Sunday. Tonight on WGR, it's Eagles hosting the Cowboys in the NFL's kickoff game. It's coming up tonight. We're back next hour here on WGR. Are people confident? Are people nervous? Or are people just excited to have the game back?
I think
have football back.
Combination of the last two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how confident. I think it's more nervousness about maybe expecting that this one could not go great.
Jeremy White here.
Continuation of the playoff game without the mistakes.
Right. Which might have been, if there's one more quarter in that game, Baltimore might have the time to get it done.
Yes,
they made their own mistakes. They shot themselves in the foot, and you played mistake-free football. Can the Bills continue to do that all year long? One thing about this game, in terms of how it will frame the season, this Bills-Baltimore opener. Well, let's say they lose 35-10, the exact score of last year. That's the only reason I picked that.
Okay.
We could immediately lean back on, all right, well, 35-10 last year, and then they beat them in the playoffs, so who cares? This game doesn't matter. The thing it actually would do, though, is it would kind of create a bar. You set a bar for it. I'll say all week, and I've said all week, if they win this game, I'll be really impressed because I think Baltimore is a great team. Every bit as good as the Bills, and maybe right now better because of the Bills have some significant injuries, and the Bills have young players that will need to play really big roles. I don't know what TJ Sanders and Deion Walker are going to provide yet. I don't know how Cole Bishop's going to look in the secondary. And maybe Baltimore doesn't know how Malachi Starks is going to look back there either. But I've got questions on the Bills, and this first game will kind of set a baseline for that, right? How does everybody look? All right, they lost. And then in 5 weeks, in 7 weeks, in 10 weeks, are we looking at a defense that has really found its game? And it might take that many weeks to find out, Joe, because maybe we don't get full confidence in what the defense is until they play Cincinnati or until they play Kansas City or until they play one of these better teams.
Bills and Ravens Sunday Night Football. We got our first injury reports of the week for both teams. Starting with the Bills, Tre'Davious White was not at practice with a groin injury. That's the injury that most of the Bills on the report ended up having. Keon Coleman was limited with that injury, as was Christian Benford. Good news, though, that he was on the field at all. Tyler Bass as well, also limited. For the Ravens, Jair Alexander was on the field. First time in a month that he had practiced. He was limited. No Isaiah Likely at tight end or fullback Pat Ricard for Baltimore. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Bills did some roster management yesterday. Gabe Davis to the practice squad injured list. Jordan Poyer went on and off and on the practice squad, but he is back. Elsewhere around the NFL, tonight, 8:20, Cowboys at Eagles. The NFL season opener. We'll have it here on WGR, and it'll be on NBC on TV. U.S. Open tennis, Jesse Pegula playing tonight, 7 o'clock, against Aryna Sabalenka, the number one player in the world. Winner goes to the U.S. Open final. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So you take those two perimeter players with their size on the outside, that changes anything that offense was capable of last year, just because you have more winners, whether they're matchup winners or whether they're just, hey, we're going to give you a chance winner. So those two guys, if they're really able to, one, take a step forward in Keon, and two, Palmer to just solidify himself, that's a big elevation in your pass game.
Dan Orlovsky, who was on One Bills Live yesterday, also saw him a little bit on ESPN. Football season is upon us. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Eagles and Cowboys tonight. You can hear the game here on WGR. And, yeah. What else?
Go Eagles?
Sure.
Beat them by 50.
I might have to get back to...
Your Eagles hate?
You know, we'll see. We'll see if it just comes out organically. I like A.J. Brown. I like Smith. I like Barkley. I don't mind Hurts. I've got no problem with him. It's Sirianni, you know, I don't know. I hate the tush push. I hate the tush push. That's key.
Yeah.
What else?
I could get back to hating Sirianni very quickly.
I think I'm over it. I think I'm fine with them, because to be brash and to be a team that isn't always kumbaya everything and they're just out to win at all costs. Like, I respect that, so I think I'm good with the Eagles.
Even if they might, like, the coach and the quarterback might still kind of hate each other.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter; they win anyway.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Something just flashed in my head. What was I going to get to? It was about the Eagles a little bit, about Sirianni, about I don't know what it was. It'll come back maybe. I was looking for information.
Was it the void year thing that Spotrac broke down?
Yeah, it was a little bit of that. That Spotrac listed all the teams with void years and who's using the most, and the Bills and the Eagles have the most.
Yeah, the number of contracts that contain void years in them.
Yeah,
I think the Eagles have
18. And the Bills have 18. The Bills,
like, their 18 have more years on them, I think, and more money committed long term. But in terms of the volume, you're doing it with players.
Yeah, the Bills did it this year with Bosa. I don't know if Ogunjobi has a void year or not, but
I think he does. He has two. Okay. He has two.
Yeah, there are a lot of Bills players that have void years now. So, it's interesting. What does it really mean? It means that they're up against the cap, and they're trying to find ways to push it into the future.
Right.
That's what that means.
Use Ogunjobi for an example. So he has a 1-year contract, right? So this year, he signed a 1-year, $6.6 million cap hit. And his cap hit this year is 3.1. How is his cap hit less than half what the money he's getting is when it's only a 1-year deal? Because there are actually 3 void years on here.
Yeah,
he'll count 2.5 next year not being on the team, and then $900,000 in 27, $900,000 in 2028. He'll have been gone for 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's one of the things we got to yesterday about how different teams do their cap differently, and where's all the money for the Bills? They spend it on middle and lower contracts more than most teams. But yeah, like where the Eagles might be using their void years on Barclays and A.J. Browns. I should pull it up and find out. I'll do that right now. The Bills have void years on Daquan Jones, A.J. Epinesa, Joey Bosa, Larry Ogunjobi. They have 18 contracts of void. We'll find more here.
Yeah, versus the Eagles, who have the Eagles have 4 void years on Hurts's contract.
Yeah.
And it's a ton of money. It's It's like $100 million in void year money just on the Hurts contract, spread out over 4 years. And they could extend him at that point, but
yeah, I'm sure Allen has some too, right? Like whatever. What's more interesting than salary? Allen has 3 void years.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
What's more interesting than salary cap talk about the 2031 void years?
Yes.
I was trying to find out if there's any sort of details on tonight's presentation. Is there a halftime show? Is there a kickoff show where we're going to watch this band perform at midfield? Blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't found that.
I don't know if they normally do that.
It's the NFL kickoff special. There's got to be a concert in Philadelphia as a result. Yeah.
They got to
NFL
have a concert.
Kickoff Thursday concert. I'm telling you, some country star is playing outside the stadium.
On for the fans there or on TV?
Yeah, here you go. They might show it on TV a little bit. The NFL holds a kickoff concert and celebration each year as part of the NFL kickoff game. Free and open to the public, interactive experiences, entertainment to kick off the season. So there's got to be a concert of some sort tonight. I just haven't seen who it is.
Can you ever remember watching a concert during the NFL kickoff game?
No.
During halftime?
I was trying to bring it up for the purposes of us talking about who would be there.
Oh, I see.
I hear a past performance.
Not because you want to watch it. Okay.
No, just because I want to know.
I see.
Is it Imagine Dragons? Who's showing up this year? It's Enrique Iglesias, Bon Jovi, and Eve did it in New York one year. I've got 40.
What a trio!
That's what I'm saying.
I've
got Eve and Alicia Keys did it once in New York. I've got Bon Jovi. Hold on, Aerosmith. Mary J. Blige, Aretha Franklin, Britney Spears. How about Britney Spears in 2003?
Okay.
See, that's way back.
That's a good get.
Now, let me see who the most recent are because we've got 48 pictures of artists. In 2000, we're at 48. All right. All these pictures are loading. That's what. So Shawn Mendes did it in 2018 in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And 2017, Flo Rida at Gillette Stadium.
Peak Flo Rida,
One Republic in 2016. Maybe they stopped doing it because the most recent picture I have is from 2018. But this used to be a thing that they had Dierks Bentley, the Springfield Symphony Orchestra, and T-Pain in Foxborough. Grace Potter, Train, Ellie Goulding, Pharrell, Soundgarden, Ariana Grande. Anyway.
I'm trying to find something, too, and they had concerts for the Christmas Day games last year.
Yeah.
Like Beyonce did one.
Yeah, these big-time games, they usually want to roll out something to get people out in the streets and have a good blimp shot or a drone shot that show, here in Philadelphia, 24,000 people are out in this square for this game to watch for a watch party, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, 803-0550, our phone number.
In terms of celebrities that are just there, this is an easy one, right? Philadelphia, I feel like, is one of the easier ones to predict because
we get our game back.
Predicting what celebrities we're going to be in Philly or whatever night game is that night.
Bet the celebs that'll be on the broadcast. I forgot about this game.
Philly is so easy.
We call this the Ted Danson game, don't we?
Yes.
Because you want
still waiting on Ted Danson to appear in an NFL game.
You guessed that Ted Danson will be shown at SoFi Stadium?
Yes. We've never confirmed he wasn't there that night.
That is true.
He just wasn't shown on camera.
He may have been there. He may have asked, "No, thank you, guys. I'm going to keep it kind of low key tonight."
Yeah, he lives in Los Angeles. We don't think he's ever taken in an NFL game. There's 2 teams there. Maybe he's never done it. Philly's easy. Kevin Hart will be there all the time.
Yep.
And Bradley Cooper.
Okay, isn't Rob Riggle is the Chiefs?
Isn't Rob Riggle a fan of every team?
Maybe.
Rob McElhenney, Wrexham owner.
Yeah.
New name though. Rob Mack, right? He changed his last name. Yes. He'll be there. Is Michael Phelps Philadelphia?
Baltimore. Phelps, yeah, Baltimore.
All right. That's a good top 3, I think.
Will Smith, Philly fan.
Okay, right.
So tonight's the night. NFL opener. Get those fantasy lineups set.
Tonight's an easy one for fantasy. You're just starting near your big hitters. You're starting CeeDee Lamb and A.J. Brown and Barkley, Hurts.
Did you see Brian Mazurowski tweet out a fantasy format? I don't know if he is in this league or he just saw this. A kicker premium league. He called it the Big Leg Premium. You see this tweet?
I did not see this tweet.
He screenshotted something, and I got to decide if I want to be in these fantasy leagues. I'm, by the way, in too many fantasy leagues. Don't ask me how many. It is somehow I have. I'm the frog in the boiling pot of water where it's getting slowly warmer and warmer. I'm up to 11 fantasy leagues.
Wow, yeah.
But like 5 of those are guillotine. That doesn't count. And a vampire league also doesn't count. And our wide receiver league kind of doesn't count. I don't know why they don't count. Anyway, what was I talking about?
The Kicker Premium League?
Yes, Kicker Premium, yes. Big Leg Premium League.
Yep.
Ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Points for a 60-yard field goal. 17.
It's insane.
Wait. Points for every missed field goal. -6.
Jeez.
I think that might have been only 60+. So imagine you're watching this game, and your team, you've got a big leg kicker, and like they're going to try one from 60 here. This is a 23-point swing on your fantasy. Oh, my God, you've never been more invested in a kick in your life.
That is so gimmicky. It's
Tyler Bass.
What about
come through for me, baby? I don't even know what the score of this game is, but this is 23 points on my card.
What about like these field goal attempts where like, hey, there's 1 second left in the half, like 71? Just try it. You know,
Big Leg Premium, baby.
No expectation that you're actually going to make it, and you kind of know watching like, this dude's going to miss.
I just see like that happens, and it looks like they're going to walk him out for the 71-yarder.
I mean,
and you're just come on. There's a false start on the guy on the end of the line. They back him up, all right. Turns out they're just going to kneel it.
I mean, I would take that Jaguars kicker that made a 70-yarder in round 1. Right?
I mean, right. You
take him early.
If you're. Well, I guess you would ask this. Would you want to take the big leg guy, or would you avoid it because you don't want these 23-point swings?
I see. You want the who's the modern day Ryan Lindell, who's just going to be buckets from 30 to 40, and he's never going to kick anything past 50.
Everyone likes to trash playing not to lose, but you might decide, you know what? Maybe I don't want to get in the 60-plus yard big leg premium game.
Yeah. Although the Cowboys kicker who will play tonight, Brandon Aubrey, he has like a crazy percentage from
deep,
from 50 plus, and I think even he's made a couple from 60. He made a 65-yarder last year. So 50 plus yard field goals last year. Brandon Aubrey was 14 of 17.
Wow, is he the number 1 pick?
That's the thing.
Like,
I mean, if your
14,
league's got Brandon Aubrey going in the first round, you know your league's just a bit too gimmicky.
14 17-point plays. Joe, that's like wide receiver 3 each week. Maybe not wide receiver 3, but 14. Wow. I might want to get in this league. All right.
Well, that's for 50. That's for 50 plus. You said 17 was for 60 plus?
60 plus, yeah.
But at that rate, I got to think 50 is got to have some bonus too.
Right.
So I'm not sure.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I did have a Let's Get Stupid thought for our wide receiver league that's only wide receivers. Maybe I'll get to that. Let's get some calls, though. Jeff on a cell phone. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
I'm just getting a little frustrated with all this nonsense with some of these guys bitching about McDermott. I mean, we haven't had – who are you going to get? We haven't had a guy this good coaching this team in decades. And, I mean, all these guys are doing is just bashing it. And I had to call because it was just frustrating the hell out of me. Because, I mean, who are you going to get that's going to be better than McDermott? He's completely changed the culture of this team. Every single guy that is on this team is here because they want to be here. You've got guys that came back to this team because they want to be here. They love the culture. They love the coaching staff. Everybody who's bashing these guys, pull your head out of your butts, take a breath, and get it into your brain because there isn't anybody that's going to do better right now than McDermott is and Bean. Those guys have been doing phenomenal as far as point. I'm 65. I've gone through all of the seasons of the lost Super Bowls, all that nonsense. I get it. You know what I mean? Everybody gets frustrated with that stuff. But come on, dude. Seriously. I'm just going to hang up and listen.
Yeah.
There's one thing I would always say, like, listen, you can be somewhere in between, fire the coach, and no one could have done a better job, and that's, I think, normal. Because if you say who you're going to get, I say my reaction to that is always, I say that all the time. Who do you think you're going to get? Who's the name? But that's kind of a rhetorical question because I'm willing to listen to names. I don't know who the owner would pick. But as soon as you say no one could do better, you're saying that no one could have won a Super Bowl with Josh Allen by now. And that to me sounds like it's not realistic. Like
Correct.
Somebody, I don't know who it is. I don't know that anybody out there could identify some hot coordinator that could have done it. Maybe you have a thought in your mind. Maybe they should have hired. You think they should have hired Bill Cowher. I don't know. But when you say no one else could do better, you're saying that Josh Allen has not done enough to win a Super Bowl because they haven't won one.
Right. And that part I'm not on board with. And I'm also, like, to me, I'm not afraid of the who you going to get because Josh Allen's your quarterback. If you're afraid of who the owner would hire, then we can talk about that. But this is not the drought Bills. If I am the best up-and-coming coach in football, if I am Ben Johnson 2.0, and I'm looking to get a job in the next couple of years, and I think that the Bills' job is about to become available, I would pass on every gig in the league because I'm going to get that job doesn't come open to coach a quarterback that good. So to me, on that front, there's nothing to be afraid of on who would become the next head coach unless you're afraid of who the owner would pick.
The Ben Johnson point, I tend to agree. I do think there might be a difference, though. If you are the hottest coordinator and another team has a young stud quarterback who you think is great, and I know I'm asking you here to bet against Josh Allen, but you know, what's the old phrase? You don't want to be the guy that follows the guy. You want to be the guy that follows the guy that follows the guy. You don't want to replace Sean McDermott in 6 consecutive division titles. You go in there, your expectation is sky high. It's Super Bowl or bust in your first year. What did Ben Johnson do? He went to a franchise that hasn't won a significant game in a half a century almost.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they made the NFC champion. They made the Super Bowl 20 years ago. So, like, Ben Johnson goes in and gives himself some grace, build it from here. He's trying to change the culture. If, in a world where the Bills move on, you know, every coach is going to have their own, but wouldn't any coach that comes here want to be like, you guys got a lot going right here. I don't want to mess too much up.
Yeah, maybe. But it's not the
stamp
Chiefs.
on it.
It's not Andy Reid retiring and then going to Kansas City. That's following the guy. This is going to a team that hadn't won. And that, to me, would make it a little bit different. So, sure, like, I do think, like, you know, how much credit would you get? Like, would you making your own mark if you've already got Allen in there and you're an offensive guy?
Put it this way. They go out in the divisional round, they hire a new coach, and the people like that caller are happy. And then that guy goes and gets a wild card in year one.
And loses in the wild card?
Sure. Fired? How could you only get that far?
How
right? How likely is that? I don't know.
That's the thing. Like, because to me, like, I don't know. I'm not just going to say that it's just about anybody. You could hire Adam Gase, and I don't think it's as likely that they'll make the divisional round as they do with Sean McDermott.
Sure.
But I think with a lot of coaches, you're probably making the divisional round like every single year. And that sounds so insulting to McDermott, and I know it does. And I don't even mean it to come off that way. I just think that's the power of having this quarterback.
Right.
And that's why I'm like, I'm okay if you don't want to fire McDermott. I don't need to fire McDermott right now. But it is not because I'm afraid of what they're going to be if they were ever to move on from him. But the thing, though, that like I almost feel like we're wasting time if we talk about coordinators as somebody that would do that, isn't if the day they ever actually do it, isn't it for somebody else that is a winner or like the Sean Payton type, the guy who's won the Super Bowl and he's currently available and he's a big name? You know, like not some up-and-coming 36-year-old wizard. It's the 55-year-old that's got a ring on his finger.
803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. It's funny, anytime a McDermott conversation comes up, and this is Mike Florio, who we played earlier in the show, saying like, eventually it's got to be. You go from back-to-back calls of like, I don't think he's going to do it, to I can't imagine anyone ever being better. And the reality is that aren't we all kind of somewhere in the middle?
I think most people.
Do I think someone could have done better? I think it's entirely possible. I think that's true of a lot of coaches, a lot of teams. Do I think that it could get worse? Of course.
Sure.
If
they hired Belichick, it'd probably be a disaster.
Right. Maybe. 803-0550 to join us. Next up on the phones, we'll get to – sorry, who's next?
Jeff in Virginia Beach.
Yeah, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
Oh, there we go. All right. Sorry, I cut you off a little bit there. Just a quick question. As a guy who grew up in Western New York and played for Nick Sirianni's brother at Southwestern High School, what is your guys' view on Nick Sirianni? Because I listen to your guys' show every day and while I'm working, and I guess I got like a mixed bag of feelings because like Nick was my coach as well my senior year for like, I don't know, 2 weeks because he was a Chiefs coach at the time, so he only coached our receivers for 2 weeks. So I guess I just kind of want to get your guys' thoughts on him. That's all. I'll hang up and listen, though.
Sure. We're talking about him in the context of whether or not you're rooting for his team to win.
Right, and he comes off as he's very different than most coaches. He's very brash. Like there's the run-ins with his own fans, right? Remember there was didn't he put his hand to his ear when they won a game because the fans were criticizing him, like, oh, how about me now? Yeah. Like just stuff like that, I think.
Right, that's going to bother some people, and other people are going to like that maybe.
Right.
The thing I like is that the Eagles, to me, look like a franchise that, I mean, really, they are cutthroat, winning at all costs, and I don't know if they don't let the stuff bother them, but what did he do when A.J. Brown read a book on the sidelines and it was supposed to, you got to cut this guy? He just didn't. I feel like Sirianni might be a good example of you don't have to care about that. He just didn't bother. Maybe it bothered them. They just kept going. Like, whatever. We're all annoyed. Someone once made the comparison. They're like a family that kind of low-key hates each other, but they make it work.
Yeah.
Or they're always bickering, like that kind of family, and they're tight, even though they bicker all the time. So
I wonder too, like, what is his? What's his reputation in the league right now? Like how good beyond all like the antics stuff. Like he's got a 48-20 record and he has a Super Bowl.
But here's what his reputation should be, or I think it probably is. He's a great offensive coach because you don't find very many of the quarterback gurus or analysts or content creators. Very few of them think that Hurts is even like not a top 5 quarterback. I saw Danny Kelly of The Ringer yesterday ranked him 13th. One spot ahead of Kyler Murray. So if he's that good as a quarterback, Hurts, and the coach and the system kind of shine him up that much and the build around him shines him up that much, then that's a heck of a job.
But doesn't he have the best roster that the league has seen in like 15 years?
Yeah, probably.
And that's why, like, he's not McVay. Like, in terms of, I'm just saying reputation. I'm not even saying he's not as good a coach. I'm just saying he's not walking around with a crown on his head like Sean McVay or even like Kyle Shanahan have as like an offensive guy, Andy Reid. Like, I wouldn't mention him right away, and I don't think a lot of people would. And I think a lot to do with it is his GM's built an owner together have built like the best roster in the league. And I wonder if this is just a credit game though. Like, who cares? He's going to win it, and he's going to get up on the stage, and he's going to be, he's going to be the wrestling character. So I guess for him, does it even matter? But in terms of like who gets credit around the league for that type of stuff, I think he's second rate because his roster is so good.
803-0550. His roster is really good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And whatever. They're the Eagles.
They'll probably win tonight by a lot.
Yes, I think so too. Looking for Dak to put. I think Dak will have a big year if he stays healthy.
I hope so. I was talking about earlier, like I've got him in half my fantasy leagues, and I have an MVP bet, which I will say now I've made that bet before they traded Parsons. It's probably dead. I don't think they'll win enough games. They needed to have some path to winning enough games. I don't think that's going to happen now.
803-0550. If you're on hold, we'll get to your calls and our fantastic 4-way parlay. We get one tonight and tomorrow, by the way, for Chargers Chiefs too.
Yep.
How about that? Let's go. So we'll try to, as a show, get an official parlay in, something to just, create a little interest in tonight. It's coming up. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. NFL kickoff on the way tonight. You can hear Eagles and Cowboys here on WGR. We're going to put together a fantastic four-way parlay coming up in a moment. We got some calls to catch up on at 803-0550. Is Josh, what did you tell me? Mike and Assell's still there? We'll get to Mike on a cell phone. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, guys. The McDermott thing. The caller before, talking about, he's the great, we'd never be where we are without McDermott. I think a lot of it comes from the decisions that he's made or hasn't made in big situations. We started at 13 seconds, but we forget about other stuff. The Baltimore game last year, we've got a 4th and 1 at the 20-yard line with an opportunity to lock up the game. Absolutely, we win the game if we make the 4th and 1. Instead, if going for it on 4th and 1, he brings in Bass, who's been off and on all year as a field goal kicker, who kicks the field goal to make it an 8-point game. And, okay, we almost lose it. They almost tie that game, but for a drop. We look at the Kansas City game, and we talk about the 4th down that Josh, quote-unquote, didn't make it, but the play before, Kincaid clearly makes the first down. If he challenges that play, I don't think there's any question that he makes the first down, and we don't get put into that situation.
Well, I don't agree. I mean, we're really getting into, very small stuff. I don't agree at all that Kincaid got that spot, and I also don't really agree that you would just get that. Challenging spots is one of the biggest wastes of time you can get. You often do not get a half a yard that you might need. They only move a spot when it's a big move, and I'm sorry, I just don't buy it.
Well, I disagree with you because I've watched the replay.
Go watch the play. Watch the knee go down, and I think Kincaid is short on that play.
Okay, I disagree with you. But he's the worst in football in challenges.
That is correct. There have been numbers going back for 4 or 5 years. He's the lowest successful challenge percentage.
And then he's a defensive coach that consistently plays poor defense in the playoffs. And so I look at this and I say, I'm not saying I want to fire McDermott, but I'm saying the criticism of him as a defensive coach, is he a good coach because of one player? Is he a good coach because the stuff that the big-time decisions that I see him make a lot of times are wrong. And I just have a real problem with every time. He's got the best quarterback in football, and we just seem to fail all the time. And is it him? I don't know.
Well, the 4th and 1 you're talking about was a 4th and 2 at the Baltimore 2. They kick a field goal to go up by 8. It's 4th and 2. The previous play, Josh Allen up the middle to the Baltimore 2 for no gain. This is, and here's does McDermott only get credit for the bad offensive plays or only the good ones?
Right.
The Bills' final drive there against Baltimore, I don't know. Does anybody really care about this? Josh runs for 5. Josh runs for 0. Then they kick a field goal. Is that conservative on Brady's part? Is it conservative on McDermott's part? I don't know. We don't get to get inside the headsets. 13 seconds is one that sits there for everybody, of course. Past that, I don't know. I don't think there are these massive glaring problems. I do think that, yes, their defense does not come to play in the playoffs against the Chiefs. We know that. But I always want to hang a little bit of a inflation-adjusted stat on that, because how does Josh Allen do when he plays the number 1 defense in football? What happens? What's his record against the number 1 defense in football? Isn't it great? He does whatever he wants all the time. How have the Chiefs done against Allen in the playoffs? Spagnuolo, this genius defensive coordinator that's so good. How's he done? He consistently gives up points to the Bills. He gave up 29. People say 29 should be enough to win. Yeah. Spagnuolo gave up 29. So, geez, wow, Spagnuolo, he's really good in the regular season. Then you get to the playoffs, and Josh Allen hangs 29 on him. I wanted to have at least a little bit of an inflation-adjusted Why is it harder to play defense in the playoffs? Because the teams are way better. You're not playing Jacksonville and Carolina. You're not playing the Saints. You're playing the Josh Allen caliber teams. Like, the Bills have a playoff game caliber team in week 1 on Sunday night. So if they give up 30 points, this is the conversation we had with Joe Marino yesterday, Joe, right? If they give up 30 points, you have to give a little bit of a, all right, well, young defense, a lot of new pieces, a lot of injuries, and they're playing Lamar. What's the Ravens over-under for points? Is the Ravens over-under for points 26? I think it is. I think it's 26.
But the one part that I don't think is arguable is he's getting worse results against the Chiefs than anybody else is. Because the Chiefs average 24 against everybody else and 34 against the Bills in the postseason.
Okay, I would ask, part of that, just if I could play a little devil's advocate here, I'm not trying to overly defend McDermott. How much of that is because against the Bills they need more?
Versus when they play the Texans
when they play the Texans, when they play the Browns, when they play the Dolphins. How many points did the Chiefs need against the Dolphins?
8.
The Dolphins scored 6.
They scored 7. Yeah.
How many points do they need? If we're going to make this point about the Bills all the time, like, oh, well, Allen only put up X amount of points. Well, sure, if he needed to put up 50, might he have? That's game script does come into it. And in these games, the Chiefs always get, and trust me, this is a point against McDermott, so I'm not arguing fully for him. I'm having the conversation here as people call in about it. How many points do they need? They're always getting what they need. That's the reality. They're always getting just what they need in the playoffs. So that, to me, that's good enough. The numbers are bad. The points against are bad. We've got reasons. We've got excuses. We've got injuries. But if the Bills only put up 10 points, I bet the Chiefs only put up 20. And would that be a win for the defense? I don't think so.
No, it'd be the Bengal game then, right? Because the Bengals only score.
They scored 27.
They scored 27, which when you look at it, it's like, it's actually not terrible. You wouldn't say it's good, but it's not terrible. But why was it 27?
If they needed 50, would they get 50?
Right, exactly. It was only 27 because they really had no need. They needed 11 in that game.
Right. Interesting. Listen, today, good calls. Good conversation. Now it's football season. The McDermott's got to go.
The coach comes up.
The McDermott got to go. Door has opened on that party bus, and they've all poured into the parking lot. They are ready.
Yep.
They're ready to go. They're ready to go Monday morning, 6 a.m., Joe. Right? They lose this game on Monday.
Especially if there's but we didn't get a lot of these last year. The Ram game was really it, right? The clock management at the end of the Ram game was pretty tough. And that was a time where you could come out and be like, man, this coach. Otherwise, I don't really remember another day last year where you really could have done that.
Yeah.
So if you get something like that on Sunday night, then Monday will be that.
Houston.
But that's right, and he's the coach and everything under his. But I wanted to defend him that day because of him getting caught on camera basically saying, what are we doing?
Right. Let's get our fantastic four-way parlay together. Quad box it on the YouTube chat. Let's go. All 4 of us ready to go. We're going to pick each a piece of tonight's game, put together a 4-way parlay. If you want to jump in with us.
Owen's going to keep records.
I am. I'm going to keep all of our individual records and see how many times we hit.
Okay. We're going to forego the reality that if I pick something that's minus 300, my record's likely to be good as opposed to plus 3.
I think.
Honor system here. We'll do the best we can.
Because I was actually looking at a bet that is really long odds, and I'm like, do I want that loss? I mean, I don't want to kill the parlay, so...
I'll put the odds of whatever we pick on my records. I'll keep track.
All right. I don't think you have to. It's fine.
All right, cool.
It's too much work.
Less work for me.
All right,
That's awesome.
Who's leading us off?
Who wants it? Josh?
It's Owen's first one.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Welcome to the club.
I am going to go...
FanDuel same-game parlay tab, 4 pieces to a same-game parlay tonight.
I'm going to rock a CeeDee Lamb anytime touchdown. Just feels like Dallas will want him to score a touchdown just for the showmanship of it, and I think they're going to kill the Eagle, or I think they're going to get killed, so they're going to have a lot of choices to do it.
All right, plus 145 I got for Lamb to score.
Okay.
Anytime touchdown.
CeeDee Lamb, anytime touchdown. Who wants next?
I'll take next. This is an interesting one. It looks like a new thing you can bet. either player first touchdown scorer. So you can bet two different guys paired together.
Whoa.
I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley for the first touchdown scorer.
I don't know if that is a parlayable thing. Is it?
It's in the tab.
It is. It is. Okay.
It's that's what I'm seeing.
What are you going with? You're going with Jalen Hurts
or Saquon Barkley. That's like the thing. They're paired together as one bet.
All right.
For touchdown?
Yeah, it's at the top. Like if you go to the top, it's the third one down. Either player first touchdown scorer. It's in the same game parlay tab. That's what I see. All right.
All right, I got to find that. I didn't know that was a...
I think it's new.
Yeah, either player, anytime touchdown.
I like it. All right, Joe.
Hurts or Barkley? You picked a minus 900 bet?
No. It's the first touchdown.
First touchdown.
Oh, jeez, thank you.
Plus 165.
No, I'm not. No way.
This concept is new to me. I didn't know about the
I'm
going to
go. I'm going to go on an alternate spread here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like Philly to win this game by double digits. So I'm going to take the Eagles minus. Let's go all the way up. Let's go 13.5.
Whoa. 13.
Two touchdowns. Eagles win by 2 touchdowns.
All right.
Dallas demoralized. Don't really know much about Brian Schottenheimer as the head coach other than, what? Brian Schottenheimer got the job?
Right.
Like, okay. Yeah. 13.5. Let's
going for a
I'm also going game script here. This game script, the Eagles have to score first, so they're going to get a lead. And then are we going to keep that lead? Dallas gets a little punch along the way. You know, once we start to build out a 4-piece same game parlay, we got to keep game script. So there you go. 13.5.
All right. I will end. Thought about a long shot that I'm not going to do because I don't want to kill the bet here. What I was looking at...
I'm going to juice our numbers if you did it. What is it?
I know. I mean, we already got 13.5.
Kyrie Elam to record an interception tonight at plus 1,000 because I think Deron Bland at nickel, Trayvon Diggs at other boundary, they are going to attack Kyrie Elam tonight.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to get roasted a lot, but in that system, he has more freedom to go after it.
Right.
So he's going to get burned, and he's probably going to get some turnovers this year. But what do you want? You want me to juice it up? You want my other bet?
I mean, is that in the same game parlay tab for us?
It is.
Where is it?
It's under D/ST, defensive/special teams, and then you got Elam to record interception at plus 1,000. That one, you're right. It doesn't go with the same game parlay. Okay, so good. Don't want it anyway. I'll do that on my own. I'm going to go under Saquon Barkley 93.5 rushing yards. And here's why. I think the Cowboys, because of the trade they just made, what are they doing? They're going to want to prove to everybody they can't get destroyed by Saquon Barkley over and over and over. They trade for a defensive tackle. They clearly are talking this way. They want to hold Barkley in check. I think they tried to do what the Chiefs did last year in the Super Bowl. They're going to run in to stop Barkley. It's a crazy high number at 93.5 in the first place. For an over-under, it's a crazy high number. And I think you're going to see more Eagles passing today, like in the Super Bowl, than you see running.
So there's our game script, too. Eagles not only want to win, they want to run it up.
They're going to run it up. The Cowboys are going to say, we're going to stop the run. The Eagles say, all right, fine. We're going to throw it to A.J. Brown, who's being covered by Kyrie Elam.
Right.
All right. If we hit all these, 10 to win 380.
Love it.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start hot, fellas.
Good luck.
I'm going to take my Elam bet on the side. I do like that tonight.
That's interesting.
He's gonna have 5 interceptions this year and 15 50-yard touchdowns.
Right, because that year when Diggs had all those interceptions, that was kind of like the story was like he's not really that good at covering people,
but he's getting
just can go catch the ball.
Yeah, that's exactly
and,
right.
They're allowed.
All right, Extendo Sports coming up. That's our fantastic 4-way parlay here on WGR.
Hey, join me tomorrow. I'll be at Rally House on McKinley Parkway. Tomorrow, 3 to 5. Best Bills gear in town. Ton of Bills merch, jerseys, sideline gear. Biggest selection, latest styles. Rally House, your Buffalo Bills headquarters. Visit WGR550.com for details.
All right, we're back tomorrow. We got a game tonight, Friday, Football Friday tomorrow. So Chris Brown, Sal, remember some Ravens. Also tomorrow, Andy Major, he'll join us on the Bills and anybody going to these games, like what you want to prepare for, what you need to know. Saw they lost some parking spots, so different spots have been tweaked a bit. So we'll get to Andy Major, 8 o'clock. Also exciting tomorrow, they're bringing us food. Yes. Yeah. That thing where, like, hey, what if we brought the chef brought in some stuff. You want to know the dishes that are coming in?
Oh, do I? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Hold on. Let me pull these up for you here. So tomorrow.
Not eating dinner tonight.
No. Tomorrow we're going to get the MVP, which is flank steak, jalapeno relish, onion rings, onion aioli, and arugula on a sandwich. It looks amazing.
Okay.
The dock side, jerk chicken, mango, pineapple, salsa, cilantro, aioli on a pretzel roll. And it appears like maybe some sort of one of these nacho battle boats kind of deals.
Okay.
So one side Baltimore, one side Buffalo. I don't know what the Baltimore side is. I mean, you could say it could be crab cake. Crab, I feel like if it's crab on nachos, I'm going to respectfully say no thanks.
What is it, just Old Bay or
I don't know. I tell the kids whenever they get a meal that they don't want, say like, it's not for me. No, thank you. So if it's crab on a nacho, no thank you.
That's bad? Why is that bad?
Not for me. I feel like the mix is off.
What else is on it though? It's going to be the chips and then the crab and then
I don't even know if it's going to be crab.
But if it was, I'm not putting nacho cheese on it if there's crab on it.
I don't want crab and nacho cheese. I want to do
coleslaw maybe.
We'll find out tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. We're back tomorrow bright and early, 6 a.m. for a Football Friday.